$4.20.
That's a straight up weed number, dude. Come on. Thank you. Hi guys. Just so you know, this is my triumphant return. Hi. This is my triumphant return. Can you hear that? Does that sound good? This is my triumphant return to streaming. I know that on HitBone.
On HitBone at $4.20. It's a preset amount on your Steam Elements page.
All right. I wasn't judging. Off to a bad start. Already a misunderstanding, and the show hasn't even started yet. And I'm already in deep trouble with On HitBone. Just great. Just what I needed. Well, that's just great. Now me and On HitBone are fighting over weed. Like we're 14. Let's not fight about weed. Yeah.
I'm almost ready to start. I just need a few more people in my head. In my head, I need to see 30. And then I'll say, time to go. you guys ready? Is everybody prepared? Is everyone
freaking stupid. I can't hear you. Oh, so dumb. I'm such a... This is gonna be my This is gonna be my triumphant return. Oh, I think I've already ruined it. I honestly think that I've already ruined it. Back down to 27. This is the worst. I'm just trying to get 30 viewers for my triumphant return. I'm such an unpopular channel. I can't believe this. What am I, the worst? Hello? Hello? Forget it. I'm out of here. Just kidding. Here we go.
Takes everything I got, doing lunges, doing squats, so I can stream and show the team that I've got what it takes. I'm gonna do the biggest moves. I'm gonna show you what to do. And every time you look behind, I'm a streamer, hard-working man in a very crazy land, and I'm doing my best. I'm a streamer. Don't look at me unless you want to see yourself really laughing. Streamer. If you think that I cannot do this, then you are a moron. Streamer. I'm going to show you what I've got right now. Here we go. It's Tony with a brand new vision. Here I come into your television. Yo, and everything is in the city. But now I'm going to get the dipping. I'm the go back, pick up a new move. Pick up a new move. Now I'm going to got great thing. Hey, let me go with it. Tony. Yes, Tony. Tony. Kick the ballistic. Tony. 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 Man, what you talking about? Tony. Yes, Tony. Tony. Nah, we ain't playing. Tony. Man, what you talking about? Yeah, that's right, we're back. And you know we ain't never gonna stop, cause we on track. Yeah, we got that in us. You know where I come from? It ain't no game. We out here doing everything. They trying to tell me what they freaking know about a thing, and I got already a bunch more knowledge. So don't come around here tripping, or you gon' leave wishing you didn't. That's hEllolisTENER out. Peace. And I'm gone. You dig it? We out, chill. Alright.
Okay. You guys want to talk about how incredibly fat I am? How surprisingly fat I am? It was a surprise for me too. I didn't know. I actually didn't know I was that fat until I watched the video playback, and I was like, whoa. You're one of the fattest people on earth, bro. You're actually one of the fattest people on earth. We talked about me wearing like a shirt that covered my body, but Maria and I decided that it was funnier if I just kind of struggled to cover my gut. So, I don't know. I think it was better. I think it's better that I'm a big fat guy and my belly's the size of two normal guys. You thought it was false? I don't know what that was. I made that at literally 7 o'clock in the morning. I should have been asleep. Instead, I made that. I don't know. I just got better like midday yesterday. In the beginning of the day, I felt sick as a dog. And I was like, I'm never going to get better. And then all of a sudden, I was just better. Thank you, Josiah. All of a sudden, I was just better. And then I made that song. I was like, this is funny.
Josiah Lyron super chatted $10. Welcome back, bro.
It kind of like encapsulates all the, here's your sound, by the way. How's the audio? Am I syncing up? Is there a weird sync issue? No, I don't think so. I have to lose weight. Peptides, bro. Maria's looking into peptides. This is crazy. I actually thought I've been walking out of the bedroom in the morning and I'm like, Maria, aren't I getting so skinny? And she always is like, yeah. She always goes like this. Yeah. Yeah. I've been thinking that you're like a lot thinner. Yeah, I noticed that. You're doing really good. She's very sweet. She's very sweet to me. Have I showered today? Technically, yes. Technically, I showered at like 1 a.m. today. Have I brushed my teeth? Yes. Have I prayed? Yes. Am I wearing clean clothes? Yeah, these are clean. They're covered in dog fur, but they're clean. Check out the shirt. So crazy story. I was in a boxing gym fighting an opponent who was a minority, but he was tall. I was a tall minority. Guy freaking was pummeling me around in my cheeks. Finally, ew, what? Welcome everybody. The show will be starting shortly. I appreciate everyone coming today. The show will begin momentarily. Tony's triumphant return begins in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Takes everything I got, doing lunges, doing squats, so I can stream and show the team that I've got what it takes. I'm gonna do the biggest moves, I'm gonna show you what to do. And every time you look behind, I'm a streamer, hard-working man in a very crazy land, and I'm doing my best. I'm a streamer. Don't look at me unless you want to see yourself really laughing. Streamer. If you think that I cannot do this, then you are a moron. Streamer. I'm going to show you what I've got right now. Here we go. It's Tony with a brand new vision. Here I come into your television. Yo, and everything is in the city. But now I'm forget the different. I'm the go rapid company. Hey, let me go with it. Tony. Yes, Tony. Tony. Kick the ballistic. Tony. 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 Man, what you talking about? Tony. Yes, Tony. Tony. Nah, we ain't playing. Tony. Tony. Man, what you talking about? Yeah, that's right, we're back. And you know we ain't never gonna stop, cause we on track. Yeah, we got that in us. You know where I come from? It ain't no game. We out here doing everything. They trying to tell me what they freaking know about a thing, and I got already a bunch more knowledge. So don't come around here tripping, or you gonna leave wishing you didn't. That's hEllolisTENER out. Peace. And I'm gone. You dig it? We out, chill. Alright.
I think shame drives this entire show. Just a deep shame at all times. All right, guys, welcome back. Thanks for waiting for my return. I'm so happy to see you all. I was very sick. I get sick a lot. I don't think it has anything to do with my weight. I got a lot of notes. I got a lot of stuff to go through. But I made this song. I was watching Twin Peaks. I've been watching Twin Peaks. And dude, I cried. Look at this. Look at this. Ready? I want to capture my tears. Okay? And don't say that I'm like a teenage girl on TikTok or whatever. Everything that happens over here is crazy real and amazing. Or not amazing. Like authentic. All right? Here.
Yeah, I just wanted to capture this. These tears are because of how beautiful Twin Peaks is and how brilliant it is. You know, I don't have the words yet. I don't have the words yet for how grateful I am to know and to see someone with such a singular vision and such a
I'm crying.
deep well into the creative.
I'm crying because of Twin Peaks.
I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to say it yet.
Okay. I was on the toilet. No, I wasn't. Tears streaming down my face. Okay? Tears streaming down my face because of Twin Peaks. I'm only at season 2, episode 11. But so far it hasn't ruined it. Don't say anything. I have to finish all of it. I was planning on finishing all of it before I did a show today, but then I think I just ended up in here. And I started doing a show, but it wasn't the plan. The plan wasn't to be here. I just am here. I wrote something about Twin Peaks. Look, I don't care, okay? There's so much. I have so many notes, and I'm gonna read all of them. And I think at the end of it, you guys are gonna just leave. I think that you guys are gonna be like, enough is enough with this freaking guy. Twin Peaks update. Almost done with the series. So far, I haven't been let down at all. In fact, it's one of the greatest pieces of media I've ever seen. I'm going to read this. Is that okay with everyone? Here, I'll go over here. The thing that I loved about Community is the sense... Here, I'll put on background music. I'm going to put on background music. I'm going to read this. Don't, just freaking don't, all right? I'm getting back into the swing of things. The thing that I loved... This is not great for this. I need something more... weird. Yo, do I gotta come out there? Why is he growling? All right. You're doing great, Tony. Thank you. I didn't think I thought I'd be more confident today. Just goes to show you something. All right, here we go. The thing that I loved about Community is the sense of understanding and respect Dan Harmon had for the medium itself. Seeing it, loving it, and understanding what it's for, what it can do, what its limitations are, and where the boundaries of the medium are pliable. In Twin Peaks, I see something similar. I see a respect for the medium of television, not cynical, not tongue-in-cheek, but a desire and a oneness of mind to see what must have been an incredibly difficult project to completion. I think that was incredibly difficult to get that sentence to completion without running out of breath. I think the limitations of the format were embraced and felt deeply, and the desire to make something great within it held strong to the end. It feels like what TV was promised to be in our childhood minds, full of wonder and beauty and intrigue, while still firmly planted in what it is, hokey, unserious, and episodic. There's some sort of perfect marriage in this show of everything TV is and everything it could have been, and only a mind unburdened by artistic pride could make it. Which makes me think I should probably stop saying I'm the greatest artist of my generation. You know, it's like a fun meme. I like saying it. It's true. And now I think that my medium is this. I think this is my medium, you know? And there's like this cool pioneering thing where I can decide what this medium is. I get to find the boundaries of it. I get to find how far it can go, what it can do, what you can do with it, what you can't. And I think that's kind of what makes it so interesting to me, and what keeps pulling me back is like, I just, there's so many possibilities in this medium. But I think that internally, I even though it's like a meme, it's a meme that's true. It's a meme that's true. Internally, I have to let go of that. I have to let go of that. Just so I can like be unclouded by those kinds of thoughts. They're not actually very beneficial for me. You done? Go away, Tony. Oh. Huh. Fine. Takes everything I got, doing lunges, doing squats, so I can stream and show the team that I've got what it takes. I'm gonna do the biggest moves, I'm gonna show you what to do, and every time you look behind, I'm a streamer, hard-working man in a very crazy land, and I'm doing my best. I'm a streamer. Don't look at me unless you want to see yourself really laughing. Streamer. If you think that I cannot do this, then you are a moron. Streamer. I'm going to show you what I've got right now. Here we go. It's Tony with a brand new vision. Here I come into your television, yo, and everything into the city. But none of them forget the dipping. I'm the go rapping, I'm the new food. The day, baby, got the new moon. I'm the day, I've got right thing. Hey, let me get with it. Tony. Yes, Tony. Tony. Yeah, what you ballistic? Tony. 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 Yeah, what you talking about? Tony. Yes, Tony. Tony. Nah, we ain't playing. Tony. Man, what you talking about? Yeah, that's right, we're back. And you know we ain't never gonna stop, cause we on track. Yeah, we got that in us. You know where I come from? It ain't no game. We out here doing everything. 7 a.m. trying to tell me what they freaking know about a thing, and I got already a bunch more knowledge. So don't come around here tripping, or you gonna leave wishing you didn't. Next Hello Listener, out. Peace.
$3.68.
And I'm gone. You dig it? We out, chill. Alright.
Look, if you hurt my feelings, I'm going to leave and then come back and do another triumphant return. All right? Stop razzing me. You guys... You guys gotta stop. You guys gotta stop being mean to me. I'm doing my best out here. You know? It's crazy. I'm freaking... I try real hard. I'm a try-hard. Guys, you understand? A try-hard is someone who tries real hard. And that's me. I'm a try-hard. I'm trying real hard. Okay? And I'd appreciate a little courtesy and respect for how hard I try. Thank you and you're welcome and please. And I don't even know why that person said that. It only hurts when it's some person that I thought liked me. I thought that person liked me, and then they said mean things to me. And it freaking broke my concentration. Anyway, so that's what I was thinking about Twin Peaks so far. Don't ruin it for me. I'm just gonna start reading my notes until things start. Well, there is a song I want to show you real quick. Hold on. I don't know. It's not like good. Yeah. Well, I actually like it.
I found my war, a sink of ships to keep myself out of torment in my head, down where with the worms dead, but not cool heart, rain up, cool heart, rain. I whip 1,000 demons at the shape. There are my arms, no one will treat me this way. My head has no end and I encircled by truth. So thin the fabrics between me and you. So thin the fabric between me and you. So thin the fabric between me and you. So I found my war, a sink of ships to keep myself out of torment in my head, down where with the worms dead, but not cool heart, rain up, cool heart, rain. I whip 1,000 demons at the shape. There are my arms.
Wow, that's cool.
Treat me this way. My head has no end and I encircled by truth. So thin the fabrics between me and you. So thin the fabric between me and you. So thin the fabric between me and you. So
Am I supposed to be here? I don't even know if I'm supposed to be here right now. All right, here's my first note. Chopping brocane in the Nas house. Is that like, is that something that like, drug dealers say? In rap? Chopping brocane in the Nas house. Is that a common vernacular for drug dealing rappers? Or did I make that up? I'm chopping brocane in the Nas house. Is that something? Well, we'll just go to the next note. Want to talk about how fat I am? I think we did it. I think we covered how fat I am. Peptides. Got it. Thanks. It says use this on the show. Let me see that.
I was thinking about being confident in this world, or feeling safe in this world, or feeling okay in this world. I was thinking about, like, I always kind of feel like I'm floating, or like I always kind of feel like I'm floating, like there's no stability in my life. I've never really felt like there is. I don't know what it looks like from the outside, but for me, I feel like a head floating in the sky, and just like never having solid ground beneath me. The only time I feel differently is when I'm close to God. When I'm close to God, I feel grounded in Him, and then the world kind of takes a back seat to that. The world becomes less impressive and oppressive, less chaotic, because I stopped trying to like see my place in it or find my place in it. Sorry, that's my wife. I'm strangling her to death. I stopped. Maria, could you have hiccups somewhere else per chance? All right. So I was just thinking about that, like. Did you just give me a look? You're breaking my train of thought. And I was thinking, how could anyone feel okay in this world? Honestly. You have to either be delusional and crazy, or you have to have faith in Christ. And when you take those into consideration, two of the things you realize are that it's a miracle that you still exist. There's no reason why any of us should survive as long as we do. And that this world isn't really what you're made for. So to really be comfortable in it is probably a bad sign. Talk on that, Stinky.
Thanks, Stinky. I don't know. I guess you have a pretty good point. It's like, I have a hard time being comfortable in the world. Yeah. I think maybe skinny people are comfortable in the world. I think I've been fat my entire life. Like I had like a short time when I was like between like 15 and 21 where I wasn't fat. But that was just because of Adderall. And I was really uninteresting and weird. It's a weird trade-off. Thank you, dude. Here's your sound.
It's super chatted $2 for your health.
Here's your sound. I always think skinny people have their bones ache. You need some cushion. Skinny people aren't comfortable in this world. Neither are tall people. Maybe short people are. Short and skinny. Or maybe short and like robust. Mexicans are probably very comfortable. Like small, mostly mostly Mayan. Mostly, not to Spain. There's a mix. There's like a Spain, and there's a Mayan or Aztec or Inca. I think the ones that are especially Incan, I don't know, their proportions are set up to be comfortable in this world. I think they probably move in a way that's like, it just is like, yeah, this makes perfect sense to me. I don't know though. This is just I'm just thinking of that. Yeah, I've been overweight and underweight at different points too. And people are so much different to you when you're like hot. People are, that is the only real privilege, is hot privilege. When you're hot, people are just like, they're really nice to you. Or they hate you. Actually, if I meet somebody and they're like crazy, like good looking, I might just on sight be like, get away from me. I'm not interested in this power dynamic. I'm not interested in this power dynamic. I need to have a certain level of confidence in order to be around people. And you've zapped it instantly, just by your appearance. I was watching this Jeremy Fragrance documentary done by Nick Robinson. You might not know who these people are, but Jeremy Fragrance is like this crazy guy who is pretty interesting. And he like makes perfume and does spins and dances and he says, power! And you can tell he's working on stuff internally. You can tell there's a veneer and he's working on stuff internally, and it's barely, I don't even think he tries to hide it. I think he's just like shows that he's working on stuff internally. I think that's why I like him, is that authenticity. I've never sat and watched a single one of his videos, so I like the idea of him. Kind of like Terry, what's his face? Terry Temple OS, Terry Davis. I've never sat and watched an entire Terry Davis stream, but I like the idea of Terry Davis. It's enough. My idea of what Terry Davis is enough for me.
At Extanglia super chatted $5. Glad you are feeling better, bro. I bought Versace Eros because of Jeremy Fragrance.
Wow, dude. That's crazy. Here you go. Here's your sound, dude.
Oh yes, I was addressed by the devil divine.
I am so sorry about that. I don't know who that lady is, but we're just gonna have to move on. Anyway, Nick Robinson did a freaking thing about him. He became yeah, I know he was, well, this is the crazy thing. The documentary showed all this stuff about, at first he was like a part of a boy band, like a Germany boy band, and he would like do dances and stuff, and like this guy's lived an insane life, Anyway, but Nick Robinson is a freaking, he's a Captain Beefheart, he's a rotund, soft, low T looking fella. But I like his videos. His videos are usually very interesting. And at one point he was talking about him hanging out with Jeremy Fragrance, who is at this point in his life is very svelte and muscular. And looks like not a lot of people look these days, Back in the day, I think everyone was a lot skinnier. And he was talking about how inferior he felt and how he just like, he would see Jeremy Fragrance eating these retarded, like, seaweed burritos and being like, yeah, power, and he just got like, he just ate like a freaking 20-piece nugget on the way over to seeing Jeremy, and just the feeling of inferiority. And at one point he asked Jeremy Fragrance, he was like, what's your impression of me like when you saw me? And he's like, I think I should play it. If I can bring this part up, it was a very small part of the documentary, but the way it happened was like Tengu. Oh, Tengu. Okay, so the J button, the Tengu trigger is working again.
This video is
I thought that stopped working, but I guess it works again. All right. Here we go. It has chapters.
You got the mic on?
Yep.
Sick.
By the way, you are also a World of Warcraft character. I don't know. Abilities, hypertense.
And should be good. All right. Forward for the first time on the red carpet. It says, get, a lot of dairy and healthy from
the finance. No sounds what it. Wow. If you would measure that soccer player's multimillionaire sense of is what Jeremy thinks of me. It's sick.
All right, here we go.
One thing that I also wish I had a better sense of is what Jeremy thinks of me. Because he said something to me in the hallway this morning where he was like, bro, you're really interesting because, you seem very humble, like very like normal guy, but you like are very successful and very motivated and like I just think like I feel very ashamed when I'm around him, understandably, because his pecs are fucking out to here. And meanwhile, he's like knocking on my door, and I'm like eating Chick-fil-A for breakfast. He's like, "Oh, what do you have there? French fries?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh, looks fun." And I'm just like, I know this motherfucker is eating garlic and whey powder wrapped in nori, which I know because he's made me eat it. And I'm just like, damn, he really goes all the way.
Jeremy, one thing we haven't talked about very much, I would love to know your first impression of me and what you think of me now.
Oh man, I actually thought you were a bit basic guy. I said, well, great. I don't understand. I was a bit...
I like how there was no hesitation. There was no part of him that was like, I should like be like chill and like friendly about this. He was just like, I thought you were like a really basic, like a schlub.
Flashed by the subscriber amount you had. Then you came in with an iPhone. I said, oh man, well, I'm just gonna make a good duty and let this person sleep in my apartment and let him do whatever he wishes.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, I don't want to say that I still think that, but I don't know, man. The stupid, fucked up thing in us humans is we are blinded by the lights, by the New York Yankees stripes, by the red Ferrari, by the golden Rolex. We are blinded by that. And you don't blind people with anything besides the subscribers amount. but that was what I thought about.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like in some way
there was no silver lining. He did not end that with it. He's like, and I still think that, and he's like, it was as if he was about to be like, but and now this, but he was just like, no, and that's just what I think about you. No silver lining. And it was so uncomfortable for Nick Robinson that he provided his own silver lining for Jeremy Fragrance, which is kind of crazy, kind of sad.
it's by not being flashy or intimidating, it opens some doors that would be closed otherwise. I sometimes feel like we were able to develop a rapport because you knew I'm not playing a character. I'm just myself. I'm just like a normal guy who's interested in you. And
desirable.
I think that helps when you're making the type of things I make.
Of course, totally.
And that's that. Yeah, that's a good point. I could see why there's benefits to being a schlep for being a beta. I don't know. He's German, He's like a German guy. Very straightforward. Materialistic, to be sure. And if you look into his history, he was like, he was part of a boy band in Germany. He became a dancer. At one point in his life, he was like in a gay relationship, and then he like repented of it. And he's fascinated by Corvettes and Lamborghinis and Rolex watches, and it's a different sort of mindset, you know? It's an entirely different sort of mindset. I was in a boy band and gay for a little while, but you are still a little bit gayer than I was. Tony, stop talking about you. I'm neither of those people. If I'm closer to anyone, I'm closer to Nick Robinson, unfortunately. I like Nick Robinson, but I don't want to be a schlub. But the amount of work it takes to not be like that is hard. So yesterday I did a little live stream and I was telling stories, and I realized that you could just say anything. I don't remember what happened. Oh, somebody was talking about dreams. And they're like, I hate when people tell you their dreams. And some people really hate it when you tell them your dreams. And I think the people that hate it when you tell them your dreams are people who are probably materialist atheists, and they see no connective tissue beyond the conscious mind. So they think that's just your head categorizing a bunch of stupid crap, and it doesn't mean anything. You can go in the opposite direction and be obsessed with dreams and get into some weird peyote nonsense and be like, how many crows were in your dream? How many crows? Tell me the exact number of crows. Hold on, I'm looking up how many that many crows are. What that means. Hold on, I have a dream converter. It says 7 crows in a dream means this, you know, and people do that. 6, 7. But some people hate when you tell them your dreams, and some people don't. I don't really have a feeling either way. I think, you know, you can tell me your dreams, I guess. I've never felt like I needed to really have a stance on it. But it got me thinking, because the person was talking about it and they said, it's like you're telling me something that's complete nonsense. And this is like, if you're like a materialist atheist, all a dream is just complete nonsense that means nothing to anyone. And you're like, why are you telling me this? And I was thinking how interesting it is to just start doing that, but not as a dream. And I was like, you can just say anything. And I didn't realize that till yesterday. Yesterday, I realized you could just say anything. And I was like, this is amazing. And so then I did a stream. I also did a short where I told a story. Here's the short. Guys, get this. A freaking goat ran into traffic and jumped into a motorcycle and then started driving the motorcycle. And then it couldn't mathematically process the 3-way turn. And so then I was the goat. And I was like, uh-oh, now I'm in trouble. And then a hippopotamus freaking ran up to me and asked me if I had a cigarette. I was like, what the hell? I'm a goat. I don't smoke. And then it freaking started crumping. You can just do that. You could just do that. And so I'll never have an uninteresting moment in any of my shows ever again, because you could just do that. Just be like, oh, dude, yeah. So I was trying to tell you earlier before that person was so mean to me that I was boxing somebody. I was boxing a tall minority. And that's kind of an oxymoron. But this was a boxymoron. And this guy, he was hitting me so much I thought I was fighting a dodecahedron. Anyway, at a certain point, I noticed that my arms could extend beyond normal human capacity. And so I extendo punched the coach for training this guy so good. This, in turn, caused my opponent to lose power because he was frightened and disheartened. It was a demoralization technique. I took that opportunity to kick him square in the nuts. And guess what? He split in half, became two different guys, and beat me up anyway. And this is what I get for trying to get in shape. So, okay, that wasn't so great. But I can just do that. And you never know. Sometimes it'll be pretty good. And so, like, I just have that. I just have that in my back pocket, always. Just able to always do that. So, as long as I don't get too disheartened, because sometimes I'll get sad. Not, like, just kind of like, oh, maybe I'm stupid. As long as I don't get too much like, maybe I'm stupid. God, Guns, and Glory is being mean to me. Like, if I don't look at what he said, he's being really mean to me. I can just do it. And so I was telling this to Maria, how fascinating this is, and she said, Tony learned to lie today. She's like, that's just lying. You just learned how to lie. So, guys, I learned how to lie yesterday.
Look at me while I do this. Now this is a story all about how my...
Forget that. Don't worry about that. I don't know. I'm just gonna read my notes. I don't care. I don't care if they're weird. All right, it says right now I just have to wake up and feel awful for about 5 hours.
Josiah tipped $6.90. As for dreams, Tony, I heard a great story from a very holy Orthodox priest this weekend that thousands of Muslims have been having dreams about the Theotokos and converting in places where Christianity is persecuted.
Yeah, that's true.
Orthodox and Catholic.
Yeah, that's actually true. Muslims believe very deeply in their dreams. There's this guy, he was David Wood's friend. You know, David Wood, famous Zionist. He had a friend named Abu Nashir. I'm not trying to be racist right now. He was Nabil Qureshi. He was really cool, good guy. And he talked about how Muslims, they get their one way that they all agree that God can talk to them is through their dreams, and they've been having all these visions, these dreams that keep having to that keep turning them to Christianity. That's literally what happened to Nabil Qureshi. I've heard a lot of stories like that. And, you know, that tells you something. You know, there's a lot of people out there right now in the Muslim world that are disenfranchised with or demystified by Islam. They see that something's wrong, but they can't do anything about it, you know? And the fact that God's speaking to them in their dreams. Now, as Orthodox, we're very careful about dreams and stuff like that. You can have a dream and just be like, no. That's almost your default should be you have a dream and you're just like, no. Just no. Whatever that was, whatever that feels like, no. Because unlike most of these, I'd say all non-Orthodox ideas of Christianity are filled with prelest, and none of them understand the concept of prelest except for Orthodoxy. And we treat it with the seriousness that it needs to be treated with, because we see outside of Orthodoxy people getting pulled in by it constantly and creating entire churches based on it. Thank you on Hippo.
_massage super chatted $4.99. I always punch super slow and weak in my dreams, then I panic. So when I wake up I punch holes in my walls to see if I still got it.
Oh, I got confused there.
Unhip Bone tipped $4.20. You're doing a good job, Tony.
Thank you. All right. First off, thank you, Josiah. Here's your sound. Second off, thank you, Reverse Massage. Here's your sound. And third off, thank you, Unhipone. Here's your sound. I always punch super slow and weak in my dreams, and I panic. So when I wake up, I punch holes in my... Yeah, I hate that. I hate that, those powerless punches in your dreams. My hair looks immaculate. Thank you, dude. I put a bunch of this pomade in it. It's called Control Maniac. I'm not sponsored by them. It's seven shine. You can't really see it. Hold on. 7 shine, 7 hold, but me personally, I think the shine could be taken down one notch.
Super $1.47. I had a dream I got a sound.
Nice, dude. That dream's coming true right now. Here's your sound. Yeah, this was from last night. Last night I did all these things. I did all of this. And then I forget when it happened. All of a sudden I had this idea to make this entire video, song, everything. This ridiculous song that was like the epitome of just 90s emotions with zero meaning or context. with zero meaning or context. Been a member for 3 months, so yeah, I guess it's serious. Nice, dude. I bit my mouth just now. Gosh, I hope I get cooler than this, because I'm... Oh gosh, I think seeing my body has made me very unconfident. I have to... Maria, I'm skinny. I'll get Maria to tell me. I'm just gonna not film myself anymore. Well, it's really funny when you see my big fat body. I don't know what to say. It makes me laugh. It makes me laugh, and then just like deep down inside something breaks, but it's fine. So right now I just have to wake up and feel awful for about 5 hours, then I can do stuff. That's what's been happening for a couple days now. Like I just am sick for 5 hours, and then all of a sudden I'm not. All right, here's a note. I'm here to channel your 9 to 5 rage at people who aren't me. Or maybe at me. I guess I could do that too. I was looking at a female project manager and how they just float through their days flexing on IG and then go home from their pretend female daycare jobs. And I got really mad. And so then I wrote this, but I don't really... I'm here to channel your 9 to 5 rage. I don't want to channel your rage. I've changed my mind about that note. I'm excited that you're watching Twin Peaks. I'm excited that I'm watching Twin Peaks. I was supposed to finish it before I started streaming. I honestly didn't know I was going to be streaming. But yeah, I can't wait to finish it. Look, it's been a long time since I've gotten this far into a show and just loved it more and more as it went. I'm at season 2, episode 11, and they just did this scene where the general got back from something. And the opening scene was him sitting on this chair in this like forest, And I don't know how they got this. It's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. It was surreal. It was sublime. I don't know what to, and I was just like, I can't even believe this. Like, this is so good. I can't even believe it. I'm really inspired, you know? And I knew David Lynch had the ability to make really great things, like, in a normal-ish way, because I watched The Straight Story, which was just an incredible film about two brothers meeting before they died. Such a good movie. And there wasn't a hint of Eraserhead in it, you know? There was no crazy. There was no creepy, you know? I don't really go for the creepy, you know, salad fingers stuff. But then you see how brilliant David Lynch is in these other things, and you start thinking, I don't know, maybe there's some reason he's doing this stuff, but at the same time, I'm just like, I don't care. It's not worth it to dig into the darkness to try and find some sort of gem, you know? We have enough darkness in our lives that I don't think we should go out digging into the darkness voluntarily to find some fragment of beauty. You'll have a difficult enough time doing that in your daily life. You know, it's a great skill to learn. Finding those gems of light in the darkness. That's a great skill, but believe me, life will teach you it on its own. Chairthorn Italian says David Lynch's best film is him talking about quinoa as a perfect protein. Maybe I should start eating quinoa. Oh gosh, I'm really fat, guys. I'm like crazy fat. I'm fatter than Jack Black. I'm fatter than, who's that weird looking guy? Rick. That guy who made The Office. The atheist. Rick something. That guy Rick. I'm fatter than Rick. Guys, I'm out here fatter than Rick, bro. Alright, next note. All the Flow Rida, Limp Bizkit millennials have inherited the jobs. They're freestyle rapping to their employees at team building exercises. Do you understand? Boomers sucked, but at least they were human. Hell yeah, dude. That's a great note. That scares the crap out of me, and that always has. I've talked about before that I was like, if I had a doctor and it was like eventually the doctors will be my age and they'll be like me. Oh gosh, no, get away from me. I know what I am. I'm an imbecile. I'm not a doctor. How can you be a doctor? And they're showing it, you know? Millennials are taking the corporate exec jobs now. Panay taking strays. Panay. The millennials are taking the corporate exec jobs now. And they're doing team building exercises. They're like managers, and they're like freestyle rapping in car dealerships. No. No to this cringe behavior. You're an unserious person. Yeah, okay, so the truck drivers in the 90s and 80s were all on crystal meth and they were all crazy, but they got the freaking job done, dude. And yeah, the doctors were all having affairs with, you know, their Asian interns, but they got the job done. They were serious people otherwise. We're losing all the boomers. I didn't realize how much of a double-edged sword this was. Yeah, okay, they're all Zionists and retarded, and they all have, like, I don't know, freaking meditation blankets, but they at least had some semblance of how to hold together a society, and we don't. We straight up don't. Ocasio-Cortez is Jewish. Ocasio-Cortez is Jewish. I didn't know that, but I just found that out. Orcosio, Sicario Artis, whatever the frick her name is, she's actually Jewish. And that's a secret, just so you know. Louis C.K. is also Jewish. The way people knew if you were Jewish during slave trade era was if you had a Mexican name. That's actually true. Because in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue, and Spain kicked out all the Jews. And they came over here. And they owned all the slave ships. So if you look at it, you'll see the slave ships all have, like, Mexican names. Anyway, so Mexico is actually full of Jews. And Ocasio-Cortez is a Jew. And Louis C.K. is a Jew, and the slave owners were Jews. And I'm just keeping it a buck. You know, that's just real. Well, not all Mexicans are Jewish, but there was a large, yeah. You know. God, Guns, and Glory, I'm not going to see you talk anymore. No, they don't have to block you, but you're just being rude, and I don't like it. And you think we're having fun. You're like, me and my buddy are drunk together. No, you're drunk alone, nigga. Be quiet. Bye. All right. So now I can't see you. I don't know if they can. Zero tolerance. Zero tolerance. I have to freaking... I am a pile of sludge that forms into a man. And it takes every fiber of my being to maintain form for an entire stream. So stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. So yeah, boomers sucked, but at least they were human. And now we're not even human. Now we got a bunch of non-humans doing the jobs that boomers used to do. I'm freaking scared, man. This is a collapse. Collapse is inevitable. That's fine. You know, whatever. Just be an accelerationist. That's fine. There's spiders coming out of my ears. That's probably not true. So, I don't know if it's an ear infection, but it feels like spiders are coming out of my ears. I don't know what has been going on. I don't know if it's mold, ear infection, but the final wave of it felt like there were spiders in my ears. Okay. Uh-oh, who's a bunch of people here? Rhetorically defective? What up, King? Alright. Thank you, man. Appreciate the raid. Alright, here's a big note, and welcome to it. You missed all the funny stuff. Here's something serious. These people are our enemies. They know it. It's only you that doesn't recognize it, and that is because you are sheep without a shepherd. You've left the flock, you've left the church, and you go out unable to differentiate friend from foe. They have an identity. They are wolves. They do what wolves do, and they want you as their prey. You cannot continue this fight without Christ. You cannot continue this fight without the church Christ planted. You must take on the fullness of your identity in Christ, within his church, within his flock, and under his guidance. You are sheep without a shepherd. You need to return to the fold and let him be your shepherd once again. That's the long and short of it. I don't know how to make it any clearer. The Muslims, the Jews, they are our enemies and nothing more. The only way to see them differently is to not only abandon the church, but abandon history itself and subject yourself to masochistic retardation, willingly allowing them to do what they will with you. There is no other possibility. The fact that it hasn't happened overnight, the fact that it hasn't happened directly in front of you, the fact that you've been privileged enough to have lived in a small interim between atrocities, you've allowed those facts to fill your head with ideas about the world which just aren't true. A moral relativism has taken hold. Liberalism has taken hold and told you that everyone's the same, and it's just not true. There are people out there who only live to hurt you, and they are powerful. Their identity is conquest and subversion, and you will not successfully convince them of the lie you've been convinced of. They will see you, They do see you for the cultureless, identityless, faithless people you've allowed yourselves to become, and it only emboldens their zeal to destroy you. You cannot survive this without Christ. You are looking down the double barrels of Judaism and Islam, and neither of them have ever had anything but contempt for you. See it for what it is, understand how it's come to pass, and correct the mistake that allowed for it in the first place. Return to the fold. Told you I got notes. Guys, thanks for the raid. Check this out.
Takes everything I got, doing lunges, doing squats, so I can stream and show the team that I've got what it takes. I'm gonna do the biggest moves, I'm gonna show you what to do, and every time you look behind, I'm a streamer, hard-working man in a very crazy land, and I'm doing my best. I'm a streamer. Don't look at me unless you want to see yourself really laughing. Streamer. If you think that I cannot do this, then you are a moron. Streamer. I'm going to show you what I've got right now. Here we go.
It's Tony with a brand new vision. Here I come into your television. Yo, and everything is in the season. But now I'm going to get a different. I'm the go back, pick up a new move. Pick up a new move. Now I'm going to take up that great thing. Hey, let me get with it. Tony. Yes, Tony. Tony. Kick the ballistic. Tony. 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 Man, what you talking about? Tony. Yes, Tony. Tony. Now we ain't playing. Tony. Man, what you talking about?
Yeah, that's right, we're back. And you know we ain't never gonna stop, cause we on track. Yeah, we got that in us. You know where I come from? It ain't no game. We out here doing everything. They trying to tell me what they freaking know about a thing, and I got already a bunch more knowledge. So don't come around here tripping, or you gon' leave wishing you didn't. That's hEllolisTENER out. Peace. And I'm gone. You dig it? We out, chill. Alright.
Mr. Blue, that's the last thing you're ever going to say to me. Bye. If you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything at all, Mr. Blue. Didn't your mother ever teach you any manners, dude? What the heck? That's crazy. This guy's mom didn't teach him. Anyway, you're gone forever. If you think that was whack, I don't know what to tell you. I don't even know what I could possibly tell you. That was... that doesn't even enter into the spectrum whereby it could be rated as either whack or... What's the opposite of whack? Who even knows? All right. I don't generally want to lampoon society because it's giving it too much credit. Whether you attack it or integrate into it, you're still engaging with it. I see all sorts of things I don't like when I go on YouTube, and sometimes I feel the impulse to do a parody of it, to attack it and become part of it by attacking it. A fly on a turd. But then the greater idea comes. Just make something you would like. Whack means good now, Tony? Oh, sorry, dude. Well, that's on me, but you're gone forever. Dope. Lit. I've been making a bunch of really bad songs lately. Dope is the opposite of whack? Nice, dude.
You're dope. Thanks for your money.
Since 5,485 super chatted $4.99. Dope is the opposite of whack.
Here's your sound, bud. I don't know. This last one took it out of me. Keep getting sick. This last sick, I came back. I don't have that part of me that knows, like, how to regulate my behavior to make it like interesting, palatable. I guess what I'm trying to say is this last time I got sick, my aura got injured, like straight up. I don't feel like I have aura now, and I have to just embrace that. I think maybe that's like the final thing that happens in your 40s is you don't see it coming. Just overnight, you don't have aura anymore, and I just don't have it. Maybe it'll come back. I hope so. Maybe if I like make a cool song. But all the songs I've been making for the past like 2 weeks are all bad. Bad and weird. Seeing my belly at the end of this right here. Hold on. Let me show you. Right here.
Since 5,485 super chatted $4.99. Damn, I can't get a better sound. Make a fart noise for my sound.
Here's your next sound. Ready? Here's your sound. And no, we don't choose the sounds we get. The sounds just happen. And here's your next sound. All right. So you see right here. Hold on. Let me make a small like pointer. I'm going to make a pointer so that you can see what I'm talking about here. So just give me a second. Oops. Tengu! Oh! What the hell? Alright, here we go. Now, if you look closely, you'll notice that this right here is the size of this part.
4,438 super chatted $5.
Hold on.
Being middle-aged should come with the wisdom to know and accept your myth. I'm in my 40s, and I know it.
You're mid? I refuse to accept that I'm mid. Alright, so hold on 1 second. Here's your sound.
Christopher Scott super chatted $5. Welcome back, Big Tony. Saluting face emoji.
Thank you, Christopher Scott. It feels good to be back. Here's your sound. Alright, so like this part, none of this should exist. And it's obviously become comfortable. Like it's gotten to a point where it's okay with itself. If it were sentient, it would be okay with itself. I don't know if it is sentient. If it is, it hasn't communicated with me personally. It is symmetrical. Thank you, Sir Christopher. That's what I'm trying to say, is there's a weird symmetry here. So it goes like this. It goes up, and it goes down. It's almost like a mirror image. Like maybe
since 5,485 super chatted $4.99. The symmetry is exceptional on the front and back. That takes hard work.
Something like it. It takes something like hard work. Now I am so ashamed of this body. But while I have it, because I'm gonna lose it, because I do push-ups all the time, and I eat soy protein. I'm going to lose it. But while I have it, I might as well use it for comedy, because it is pretty funny to look at. But yeah, this is almost perfectly symmetrical. If I turn this, hold on, let me turn it a little. Let me turn it just a little. Oh, not like that.
this. Look at that. There's a beauty there. There is a beauty there, and I'm not going to deny that. The problem is, it's taken on a life of its own. It's just this jiggly little front pouch, massive, and my body should probably stop like right around here. You know, somewhere around there. So I'm thinking, like, even if I get rid of all this seems to have become so comfortable in its existence that it'll stay. Even if I lose a bunch of weight, they'll just be like this weird little meat flap that hangs. This weird freaking crap. I think I'm very scared. Because actually, if it deflates, if this part deflates, it'll become like very malleable and kind of maybe even hang lower, like maybe all the way down to here. So, just wanted to share that. It might. What I'm trying to say is this: I might be beyond fixing. This may be too big to fail, or I don't know if I could do it. Now, okay, the one thing is I'm hanging here, so everything's kind of pushing forward because I'm sideways. But look at this. It's like underneath this whole situation, there's a body. There's a body, weary and tired of being exploited. Metal Stalfos.
$50. Glad to see you back, bro. Keep doing what you're doing, cause it's going where it's going.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Here's your sound. Get ready, dude. I hope you're ready.
Kirk since 5,485 super chatted $1.99. The meat flap has practical applications.
Go ahead and name one practical application for a meat flap. Well, hiding drugs? I don't do drugs. Here's your sound. Also, it's not cool to be fat as a musician. You can't be a brilliant artist. You can't be the greatest artist of your generation and be a fatty. That's just not lit, dude. You gotta be freaking smaller than that, dude. It just takes the seriousness out of it. It takes the seriousness of my work out of it. You know?
At reverse _ massage super chatted $4.99. Nah, bruv, if it deflates then you will be able to tuck it in with your shirt tail. Problem solved.
That would be really deflated. That'd be like a freaking... That'd be like a beach ball. Like a deflated beach ball. Like just that, like, that I could just put it places. Maybe I'll bunch it up and put it in my pocket. Surprise people. No one expects an entire bundle of flesh to be in your pocket.
At Kirk since 5,485 super chatted $1.99. One news: if your plane is going down, it's a parachute.
That's probably... I think you're over... It's not that big, dude. I couldn't use it as a parachute. But, yeah, I have seen that fighter, redhead, beer belly guy. A lot of great fighters are big dudes. You know? I could probably beat up all of you. Anyway, let's see what other notes we got. Oh, I want to play Love and Eternity. It's a game on Steam. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow on the members only stream. They're going to torture me with drones because I'm too powerful. Fingers crossed that doesn't happen, but I think they're going to torture me with drones. I have to believe my own hype. I have to have a story about myself that gives me vigor. Vigor. You're allowed to say vigor. Vigor. Say vigor at Walmart. All right, let's see if we got anything I could show you. Can I show you all the bad songs I've made? They're so bad. I'm so ashamed. I'm so ashamed of what I've been up to. It's just not even good. I am working out. Hopefully this tummy goes away. I've had times where I was very skinny and I still had a tummy, you know? Dude, Roy Nelson, Butterbean.
Shattered $1.99. Vigor, please.
Hold on. Let's do this.
At Super Shattered $5. Check the short of Roy Nelson UFC on Discord clips for Tony I sent you just now with his belly.
No, I know all about Roy Nelson. Big fan. Big fan of every fat white that does a great job. Those are my brothers. I am in league with them. We are the fat whites that do a great job.
PLS play an airport for aliens run by dogs.
Please play an airport for aliens run by dogs? What does that mean? What does that mean? Some of the greatest fighters in history are fat guys.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. I mean, think about sumo wrestlers. Some of them are absolute legends, and their size is a huge part of their dominance. Then you've got fighters like Butterbean in boxing, just a powerhouse with his massive frame. So it really shows there's no one ideal body type for being a great fighter. Skill and strategy can really outshine everything.
Well, think about also Roy Nelson and that really tall guy who from Britain who was a boxer and still is probably.
Ah, yeah, exactly. Roy Nelson is such a classic example. Just this heavy, stocky guy with a ton of knockout power. And you're probably thinking of David Haye, super tall, really explosive, and just different kind of build than the stereotypical heavyweight. So yeah, it really breaks down those assumptions that you have to be.
No, let's talk about Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury's kind of flabby.
Ah, you're right. Tyson Fury's a perfect example. I mean, he's got this huge frame, tall, long reach, but he's also not super ripped, not in that classic boxer's mold.
Okay, give me a list of a bunch of really fat guys who are incredible fighters.
Absolutely. So beyond the ones we already mentioned, you've got Butterbean, Eric Bosch, boxing legend with a huge knockout reputation. Mark Hunt, MMA fighter from New Zealand, known for his power despite a stocky build. Ruben Hurricane Carter, boxer, known for his grit and toughness. Roy Nelson, as we said, a heavyweight MMA fighter with a lot of success. Emmanuel Yarbrough, he was a giant in sumo and MMA, known for his massive size. It's fascinating how they defied...
I don't like how he keeps talking about sumo wrestlers. He's not very fat. Fedor is incredible. Incredible fighter. I hope that I have a secret talent for bloodshed. I hope that when they come after me with drones that I have a secret talent for bloodshed. And I can wreck them. You know, there's a lot of like boomer movies, like people like Breaking Bad and I don't. I think it's stupid. And there's an entire genre of shows that are just like, I'm 48 and now I mean business. Hi, I'm 48. My whole life, I was a well-to-do, normal man, but now I'm tough. And people be watching these. I don't know who. Not me. 50-year-olds, 60-year-olds. They love watching old tough guys. But that's a very rare thing in reality. Old tough guys is pretty rare. They're a dying generation, and believe me, they weren't corporate employees and school teachers before they became tough guys. They were farmers and vets. And they spent their life reliving the horrors of Vietnam and crap like that. Actually, speaking of drones, a bunch of drones followed me to work back when I worked in an office. Who's the best fat long distance runner?
Since 5,485 super chatted $1.99. Who's the best fat long distance runner?
Who's the best fat long distance runner?
Ooh, that's a really interesting one. You know, one of the most famous examples is actually Bill Rogers when he was younger. He wasn't super lean and he was a marathon champion. And more recently, you've got runners like Michael Wardian. He's been successful in ultra distances and he's got a bit of a fuller build. So it really shows that endurance is about so much more than just body type. It's about efficiency, pacing, and just sheer willpower.
I gotta see these guys. Hold on. Michael Wardian. In what world is this a fat guy? In what possible world is this guy fat? Yo, ChatGPT just be saying stuff, bro. ChatGPT just says whatever. Let me see, Bill Rogers. Let me check Bill Rogers. Yeah, he just lies. They just lied. It just lied. Here's your fat runner. Here's your big fat runner. Oof. Looks like freaking Peter Griffin, that guy. What the hell? Is that Tony Soprano? Oh, Shbaka. Sloppy. Just sloppy. I still haven't turned the light on. The lighting looks pretty good today, in spite of everything. I think I'm okay with how the light looks today. It still looks semi-professional. Alright, do you want to hear this bad song or do you want to hear another note? Don't do stuff, Vagine. Just watch me. No? Okay. Here we go. I envy people of the past who lived their lives and did martial arts on their rooftops and had their hobbies and went from one thing to another. I don't actually know what this one means. I think I was just like imagining like people who like before the internet and they would just like go and do stuff. They would just have private lives, secret like we're being watched by our Wi-Fi right now. Your Wi-Fi is sending out pulses that gets fully like locates what you are, what you look like, what you're doing at all times, and sending it to like, I don't know, Quentin Tarantino. And
Well, other people back in the day, people would just live their lives and they wouldn't have that constant backdrop of knowing they were being watched or thinking that their lives meant anything more than what they were. It's like it's almost like a correlation between a lack of privacy and everyone deciding that they have to change the world and become famous and stuff like that. Because it's like, you're already wet, might as well swim. Does that make sense? We're already soaking wet, might as well jump in the pool. We can't get away from mass surveillance, so might as well just become the most seen. And then maybe you can affect change and make it so the mass surveillance stops. But there's no quiet lives of no import to the rest of the world. I mean, there are. But it doesn't have that singleness that it used to have. And so I imagine people like living lives, just the quiet, like there was this documentary about this janitor who was like 80 or something, and his whole life he never talked or anything. And when he died, they searched his apartment, and apparently he spent his whole life making this story and drawing these pictures, and they were a little weird. It was like this children's story, and they were little girls, but all the little girls had male genitalia. But I don't think it was a creepy thing. I think it was actually just he never... It's weird. But... Okay, divorce yourself from that aspect of the story. The idea that this man led this private, secret life where all he did was make this art for nobody but himself and spend his life doing it and just quietly shuffling from his little New York apartment to his job and stuff like that, you know? It's interesting. You can do that without how he did it, you know? Chris, thank you for the raid, man. Kirk, thank you for the subscription, man. I just joined and heard this. Look, dude, you watched that documentary. Do you know what I'm talking about? What was your take? Can I be honest? My take was I didn't think he was being weird. That was my take. I didn't think he was being weird. I think he was just... he was weird. My take was that he just lived in this world and it was innocent. You know what I mean? It was an innocent thing. Yeah, he was mentally challenged guy.
At Kirk since 5,485 super chatted $4.99. I too hang on with my quiet desperation 8.
Thank you, man. Here's your sound. What's the name of the movie? Hold on. Let me find out the name of the movie so you guys know what I'm talking about. Okay. There was this movie, this documentary years ago about this janitor who was secretly writing this massive children's books and doing all the illustrations. What was that?
I think you're talking about the fantastic flying books of Mr. Morris Lesmore. It's this beautifully animated short film that kind of plays like a documentary.
It's a hold on.
At KLW 329 super chatted $5. Love you, Tony. I just literally heard that as the very first thing. That's all. Forgive me.
You didn't do anything wrong. Here's your sound. And freaking huge 50 from Shoreline. Thank you, bro. Thank you very much, man. Here's your sound. I hope it's the best sound ever, buddy. Here you go. You know, I guess I don't know. I don't know what you can say about that. Okay, so it's a documentary about a man who was a janitor, and when he died, people found all
all this stuff in his apartment, all of this art and writing, and he was apparently working on this stuff his entire life.
I think you're talking about Crumb. It's a documentary about...
No! That's not what it's called! Crumb is about a creepy guy who I'm surprised isn't... Tengu! Oh, Tengu! Who am I thinking about? Realms of the Unreal? I think that might be what it's called. Is it called Realms of the Unreal?
Yes, exactly. It's called Realm of the Unreal. It's a documentary about Henry Darger, this janitor who lived a very quiet life, but after his death, people found this massive, incredible fantasy story he had been working on for decades.
Yeah, but it's a little weird, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, his artwork and the story he created are really beautiful, but also kind of unsettling. There's this surreal, almost disturbing vibe in some parts. It's definitely a wide combination of innocence and darkness.
So yeah, my point was, back in the day you could live these lives, you know? You could have a garden on the rooftop of your apartment complex. I just dream of a different world. I saw this movie. I saw the best movie ever. You know, I've been sick. All I've been doing is watching movies, you know? And, I watched this movie. It was probably the best thing I ever saw in my entire life. It was called, The Taste of Tea. Japanese film. I think it's the best film I've ever seen. And you watch that film and you'll understand what I'm talking about. If you watch that film, you'll say, okay, I see it. I see what we've lost. We've lost so much. We've almost essentially lost what it is to be a human. And so sometimes I envy people of the past. I envy people who lived in a world that, whether it made sense or not, they didn't really have to make sense of it. You guys are all gaslighting me. I'm not funny or interesting. I'm a lol cow. Stop tricking me. That's one of my notes. I'm just a lol cow, and you guys are all gaslighting me, and this is a big trick, and one day you're gonna say, haha, we were all tricking you, but it won't work because I already know that you guys just think I'm a lol cow.
At Super Shattered $2. Happy to have stumbled into this community today.
Thank you, man. Here's your sound. I know I'm a lol cow. I think I'm gonna turn the light on. Bow! It's a little goofy. Hold on, let me fix let me fix that. What the? This is a little too bright. Hold on. Was that earthquake? That's the same sound my earthquake app does. This is crazy. Why is this so bright today? I'll just turn the exposure down a little. That's halfway decent. All right. Moving on. This is crazy looking. All right, moving on. Yeah, you guys are all gaslighting me. It's a trick. I don't want to play with this too much because I'll get distracted. Here, I'll tell you a story while I play with it. So, I was driving, right? And I'm driving on my way to work because I was a cop for 4 years. And so I'm driving my Toyota Avocado to work, and I notice there's a bunch of drones following me, a bunch of sneaky little drones following me. And I get scared, right? So I press the button on my dashboard that turns it into a wicker basket. No one ever sees that coming. The drones and whoever was operating it think that they lost me, or they're like, oh, he got away. Forget it. You had to be there. It's not important. There we go. Something like that. Is that something good? No, keep it pride flag, Tony. It's not pride flag. Here we go. Very cool. Very cool, dude. Looking very cool. All right. Next note. Sometimes I'm not even testing these. I'm just reading them, and that's that. Sometimes I wish you could open my phone and something awesome happens. I think that's behind the addiction. I want to open my phone and then it's something better than my phone. Like it goes, yay! And then some bright, shiny things come out, and maybe it's like you're in a unique adventure, but like a fun one. Not how it would actually be, because the way it would actually be is horrible. Okay, dude. I mean, I was sick, dude. A lot of these I wrote while I was sick. But I think I know what I'm saying there. I think what I'm saying is like, you know, over the past couple of days, I've just not used my phone at all. I've just been kind of living in the world and not thinking about my view count or my subscriber count. I haven't been checking my Discord. I've just been kind of doing my own thing, not getting little dopamine boosts. And I realize it feels really nice to just simplify your life and not think too much about all those little parameters that we're told we should deal with if we want to be successful YouTubers. After a couple days of doing it, I felt this weight lifted. Like, actually, I felt like a weight was lifted.
At Super Shattered $10, we are gaslighting you, Tony. We are all in on it. Especially Suzanne. She rounded us all together.
Susan's the ringleader of my lolcow journey? Here's your sound. Yo, you know what? Back in the day, I would get a sample pack. And I'd be like, yo, this is amazing. How did they do this? And now every sound, I could do it and better. I could just make it myself. Anyway, that's a goal.
I was worried about paying my bills this week. I was worried that I'd be poor. I was worried I'd have to live in the streets, cause the Arby's to charge my phone. I was worried that y'all didn't like me no more. I was worried that I fell off. I'm about to have a dang old panic attack, cause I thought you had hit the goal. But you hit the goal just now.
I'm really getting into like just making all the corniest things I liked when I was 10. That's really what's going on lately. All the weird, corny stuff that, like, that song, I'll play it again. It's like, I don't know, in like 1991, there was like this sound, this goofy ass sound that was like, pump up the jam, that sort of thing, or it was like, it's such a good vibration. It was, I don't know, it's like Marky Mark. I don't know, there was just this sound. I loved it when I was a kid. And then I quickly was like, that's the corniest thing ever. But I just feel like we need it now. And I'm kind of into it again. And it's not synthwave. No, it's literally this.
Takes everything I got, doing lunges, doing squats, so I can stream and show the team that I've got what it takes. I'm gonna do the biggest moves, I'm gonna show you what to do, and every time you look behind, it's up. I'm a streamer, hard-working man in a very crazy land, and I'm doing my best. I'm a streamer. Don't look at me unless you want to see yourself really laughing. Streamer. If you think that I cannot do this, then you are a moron. Streamer. I'm going to show you what I've got right now. Here we go.
It's Tony with a brand new vision. Here I come into your television. Yo, and everything is in the city. But then I'm a get dipping. I'm the go back, big up for new boo. Big up for new boo. I'm a dick, I've got great thing as well. Hey, let me get with it. Tony. Yes, Tony. Tony. Kick the ballistic. Tony. 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 Man, what you talking about? Tony. Yes, Tony. Tony. Nah, we ain't playing. Tony. 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 Man, what you talking about?
Yeah, that's right, we're back. And you know we ain't never gonna stop, cause we on track. Yeah, we got that in us. You know where I come from? It ain't no game. We out here doing everything. They trying to tell me what they freaking know about a thing, and I got already a bunch more knowledge. So don't come around here tripping, or you gonna leave wishing you didn't. That's hEllolisTENER out. Peace. And I'm gone.
I don't know. It's like, hold on. Let me try and explain what I mean. Hold on. Let me fix this.
At KLW 329 super chatted $10.
Ow! Hold on. What happened here? Why did it all get wonky? There we go. Thank you, KLW. Here's your sound. It was, and here's the thing, I'm of two minds, because part of it was like, yeah, it was like Jewish record companies producing an entire culture for us to consume. But in the early 90s, before it got real dark, there was just a sort of excitement about life. A hopefulness. You know? And an unearned confidence that became very I don't want to say gauche, but it did. It became gauche, you know, as time went on. And like, how do I say this? you know, part of it's childhood, you know, part of it's just childhood. And you're not clouded with all the extra stuff that for some reason you're clouded with as an adult. But there was also just this sort of breeziness back then. It's just silly stuff. And I like making it. It's not my music, but you know, it's a fun, silly thing that I've been enjoying making lately. Whenever it comes to mind. That's sort of like, I don't know. Even Seal, we're never gonna survive unless we get a little crazy. There was just this freaking, I don't know. There was just this vibe, dude. There was this vibe like it was solid and we were dancing on it. You know what I mean? It was like, it was solid and we were doing tricks on it. Straight up. That's what it was kind of like. And maybe that was the reason it fell apart. That's because we were doing tricks on it and make believing it was solid. And meanwhile, it was crumbling beneath us. But it was a nice feeling, I think, you know? Yeah, the vibe was immaculate for a while. So it went from that to like, kind of like, indie rock, Eve 6, Goo Goo Dolls, Counting Crows. Yo, people were just living in a different world. David Foster Wallace. People were living in a different thing than we're living in now. Now we're like consumed by... I actually wrote something about it. We live in a society that's just hyper judging everyone. Everyone's either a pick-me or a try-hard or a neckbeard or an incel or a boomer or a delusional fat guy in his room pretending to be famous or a gay Jew or a fake deep cringe wigger nerd Chad Max Mogmunster Venus. You realize we're all going to hell, right? Judgment is our national pastime, culture of critique. The more we engage, the more we judge, the further we get from the grace of God. And that's all there is, just judgment from top to bottom. That. You know what I'm saying? It's like that. It's just not, it's like we just revel in judgment. It's dark. Judgment and critique. Where's the joy? Where's the appreciation? Where's people just being like, I love this? There's only one group of people doing that. And it's 18-year-old girls on drugs, and it's bad, actually. What's happening with them is actually bad. And they're getting on drugs to get away from the nonstop judgment from every direction, from coming from within and without. You know, people talk about aura and having motion, but mostly all that is just not giving a crap. And it's the hardest thing to do these days. The hardest thing to do is not care. The hardest thing to do is be yourself. It's so hard. It's so hard to be yourself now. You know? Because you live in a world in which judgment and criticism are the national pastime. From top to bottom. Every YouTube video, every comment section, every tweet, every article. It's all just people judging each other. That's the environment that you live in. That's the environment you're interfacing with. And it's not the real world. It's not the real world, but it's like, you know, a lot of y'all don't even have that. A lot of y'all don't even have that understanding that it's not the real world because You grew up in this, you know? I think that's part of why people my age romanticize the 80s and 90s, is because it was a world before the internet was all pervasive. And all the internet is a bunch of people judging each other. That's all it is. It's Jerry Springer all day turned up to 1,000. So when you grow up in that, when you don't have the memories of a world where it wasn't like that, that thing, that world that you're interfacing with becomes the real world. And so you're just shook, unable to move, unable to speak, you know. I meet young people and I just see them paralyzed. Paralyzed. You know, we talk about the Zoomer stare, but the Zoomer stare is just paralysis. The Zoomer stare is, I can't participate in society because there's no move that is correct. There's no correct motion. Nigga, yeah, that's mind rape. Who can survive that? And the worst part is you can disconnect and you could say, I'm going to go live in the world. And you go live in the world and there's nobody else disconnected. You're wandering a wasteland. You're Highlander. You're a freaking Highlander, bro. You're just walking in a wasteland. It's literally post-apocalyptic out there. Straight up. It's post-apocalyptic out there. It's a dystopia out there. You got to have an inner life. You have to have an inner life, and you have to foster that inner life. Because that's where you're allowed to be you. Even if you don't share it, nurture it, you know? I talk all the time about how I've been doing this for a long time, and when I first moved to Alaska, I stopped sharing my stuff. I just worked on stuff and did it for me. And it was fun, and I was joyful, you know, because it did not rest on other people's approval or appreciation. I did it because it was my inner life. It was my garden of trees, you know, and I tended to it every day and waited for them to bloom and bear fruit. That's beautiful, you know, and I'm still trying to maintain that. I'm still trying to keep that while also now having approval, even though I'm actually just a lolcow and a tryhard and an internet tough guy. You're finished in business is a funny sentence that I saw in whatever. Oh, favorite Bible verse. Ask every show. Okay, I got that thing. I was watching that thing. We watched it like a couple weeks ago, where this guy's walking around and freaking bothering people by asking them their favorite Bible verse, but he'll give them money. Participate and I'll give you money. And I can't help but think that I would be like, get away from me. But maybe I would like it. I'd like it. Anyway. That's another thing. Speaking of, you know, the world being a dystopia, y'all going out there getting assaulted by teens with iPhones, doing pranks or social experiments all day long. Literally treating people like they're not people. Like they're freaking NPCs in Grand Theft Auto. Walking around and just effing with people. That's so crazy to me. They're just out there effing with people. Treacherous. It's treacherous. It's straight up treacherous, yo. And man, that's why, you know, you need the church, man. That's why you need the church. You need that church life. You need that real life. It starts from Christ, the source of life. You know, if you keep returning to the source of life, then you get corrected and can be part of the correction, you know, and things can align with how life is meant to be, which isn't like this. It's not like this. It's not this heavily charted, diagrammed, surveilled thing. It's something ineffable, some you can't really describe. And if you could, if you can really describe it, I think you're in a sense killing it. Oh, so what I wanted to do is ask everybody their favorite Bible verse every show. Put everyone on the spot. So do that. What's mine? I think this is the judgment, that light came into the world, but men preferred the darkness to the light because their deeds were evil. I think that. Because it says it all. It says everything. So I think that might be my favorite verse. My face is going freaking wild. Let me see what I can do about it. No, you have to type it out. And it has to be off the dome. Otherwise, I'm not going to give you credit. Whatever. We don't have to do it. I thought it'd be fun. Cringe to care. Dude, it'd be way more chill if you believed in nothing. Yeah, okay. I know what I'm saying there. You know what I'm saying there. Cringe to care. Dude, it'd be way more chill if you believed in nothing. Yeah. Okay, you get what I'm saying there. It's all along the same lines. Who the hell is Rachel Bilson? And why is she trying to have the same name as Rachel Wilson? Okay. I'm homeopathic. I can always tell what my homies are thinking. Guys, do you like me? Hello? How honest can I be and still have you like me? All right. I'm taking a break. That's not great. That's not great. I'm gonna get rid of that. It's not doing it for me. All right. Resist the devil and he will flee from you. To everything there is a season, a time for every purpose under heaven. Come to me all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. How homeopathic can I be and still have you like me? Gooberang, what up, bro? Here's the sound, buddy. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He leads me to green pastures. He makes me lie in green pastures. He leads me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Nice. See, I thought this might be nice. Get your illegible Hello Listener shirt today. Nice. Finally, a non-farther sound. All right. I need to hear something that makes me think I'm good at music, because I haven't made anything good in a while. But instead I'm going to play this bad thing that I made recently, and it's not even good. And I'm sorry. We doing Bible verses? Yeah. I'm going to try and do that every show, is just get you guys. Here's the one thing. I don't like when people are in the chat spamming Bible verses and just like, I don't know why they're doing it. And it's like, I don't know. The medium. I understand you guys are testing the limits of the medium in the chat world. I'm testing the limits of the medium in the, showrunner world. This is all new territory, but there's certain things that sometimes it feels like, what are you doing? Sometimes people come on and just spam verses, and it's like, what are you trying to say? What are you doing? Is this like, are you showing off how many times you can copy paste? Is this pertinent to what I'm saying? Do you think you're saving me? Are you like a Protestant and you're trying to save me? I don't know what you're doing. And it feels weird being like annoyed by that. I'm like, but it's like, what are you doing? But to like have a moment where everybody shares their favorite Bible verses, I think that's nice. That contextualizes it, makes it make sense. I don't know. There's a lot of things you guys can do in chat that'll make me mad. It's just true.
Processional Ages tipped $1.23. This is the last of my money. Appreciate you, boss.
Thank you, man. Here's your sound. You gonna be all right? Ooh. I'm gonna add that to this. I can probably use that. Hello, 6-7. Don't poop on the medium.
$2. Hello, 6 to 7. Don't poop on the medium.
Nice, dude. Here's your sound. My soul magnifies the Lord, and my spirit has rejoiced in God my Savior. And the centurion making answer said, Lord, I am not worthy that thou shouldest enter under my roof, but only say the word, and my servant shall be healed. Yo, these are awesome. Psalm 18:19, 14:15. Oh, I got you. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be always pleasing before you, O Lord, my helper and my redeemer. These are great. Likewise, the Spirit helps us in our weakness, for we do not know what to pray for as we ought, but the Spirit himself intercedes for us with groanings too deep for words. The wise woman builds up her, but with her own hands the foolish one tears hers down. I got a bunch of stuff that I've been thinking about watching on the show. Yesterday, last week's Wednesday show, it fell apart. I think it was last week's. Sometimes the members only shows, which if you're not a member, you should be one. Sometimes they're the best thing going. And sometimes they are a complete train wreck. And part of it is I have so many things I want to do on those shows. I got clips, I got video games, I got clips that I saved, and all sorts of stuff that I want to run through. And it gets overwhelming, but it's fun. I think it's fun. Also, it starts off very low key, unlike today's show, which started off with a sick verse. I got no motion. Here's the song. I don't think it's good. I think it's gone. I think I've lost my ability. But Maria says this happens to me every couple months. I say it's gone. I don't have it anymore.
Engage the word, engage the word. 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 I'm no one, I'm no one. 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 Engage the word, engage the word. Engage the.
You know what? I am going to restart the Producers Lounge. I miss it. I miss you guys being in the Producers Lounge. So I'm going to make it right now. How do you do it? Here, I'll play the song while I'm doing it.
Engage the word, engage the word. 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 I'm no one, I'm no one. I'm no one, I'm no one. I'm no one, I'm no
Super
one.
Shattered $20
I'm
after
no
a
one,
lifetime.
I'm no
I found
one.
orthodoxy, and after
Engage
years
the
in the
word,
desert, I
engage
found
the
in a new
word.
band, of which is
Engage the
fragmentation.
word, engage the
Boomerang
word.
167.
Engage the word, engage the word. Engage the word, engage the word. I'm no one, I'm no one. I'm no one, I'm no one. I'm no one, I'm no one. I'm no one, I'm nobody. Oh, just a shadow. Oh, just a shadow. Oh, just a shadow. Atmosphere feels like a sharp lake shivering. Imagine a cold lake sailing, like a dentist drilling that I don't like hearing. Atmosphere feels like a sharp lake shivering. Imagine a cold lake sailing, like a dentist drilling that I don't like hearing. My life belongs to you. My life belongs to you. My life belongs to
I changed my mind. I really like it. We got some super chats. Let me check that real quick.
Gooberang said, after a lifetime, I found orthodoxy, and after years in the desert, I found a new band of which has high potential. Gooberang 167. Huh. 67. Here's your sound. We got Producer's Lounge. Let's see if we can make this work. Here's your sound, Gooberang. Here's your sound, Gooberang. Hello, producers? Uh-oh. Here's your sound. Because it's back to farts for Gooberang. But that was the Producer's Lounge. I didn't choose that. I also wanted to see what Paisia Prayer put. Let not the tempest of water overwhelm me, nor let the deep swallow me up, nor let the pit shut its mouth upon me. These are good. I'm glad we did this. I want to maybe do this once a show. You guys. Hi, Jimmy. Did you see the video I made, Jimmy? Did you see the video I made, Jimmy? Hello? It's gone. Oh, it's not in this place. Finally, then, brother. You didn't see it? Guys, I know this is the 5th time or 6th time or even 7th. Check this out.
Takes everything I got, doing lunges, doing squats, so I can stream and show the team that I've got what it takes. I'm gonna do the biggest moves. I'm gonna show you what to do. And every time you look behind, I'm a streamer, hardworking man in a very crazy land, and I'm doing my best. I'm a streamer. Don't look at me unless you want to see yourself really laughing. Streamer. If you think that I cannot do this, then you are a moron. Streamer. I'm going to show you what I've got right now. Here we go.
It's Tony with a brand new vision. Here I come into your television. Yo, and everything is in the city. But none of them forget the dipping. Round the go back, pick up a new move. Pick up a new move. Now, but they got right to get slow. Hey, let me get with it. Tony. Yes, Tony. Tony. Kick the ballistic. Tony. 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 Man, what you talking about? Tony. Yes, Tony. Tony. Nah, we ain't playing. Tony. 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 Man, what you talking about?
Yeah, that's right, we're back. And you know we ain't never gonna stop, cause we on track. Yeah, we got that in us. You know where I come from? It ain't no game. We out here doing everything. They trying to tell me what they freaking know about a thing, and I got already a bunch more knowledge. So don't come around here tripping, or you gonna leave wishing you didn't. That's hEllolisTENER out. Peace. And I'm gone. You dig it? We out, chill. Alright.
Maybe I should start wearing my pants over my big fat belly. That's what girls do. Girls wear their pants over their big fat belly. It makes you look rounder. Let me try it real quick. Hold on.
It makes you look androgynous.
$50 for fart sounds.
Oh, thank you, Gooberang. Very generous. Huge 50 from Gooberang. Here's your sound, buddy. And then you got a fart sound. Asked and answered. Asked and answered. It makes you look androgynous. I'm sorry, are Tweedledee and Tweedledum androgynous? That's so weird take, dude. Look at Tweedledee and Tweedledum, dude. That's lit, dude. You think their waist starts down there? No. No. Their waist is much lower. That's a look, dude. I have some... Maria, where's my suspenders? Maria, fetch me my suspenders. I'm changing my whole look.
At Theodorium Coffee 4438 super chatted $5. I gotta call it a night. Keep up the great work. I'm glad Ardy introduced us.
Thank you, man. God bless you. Have a great evening. Here's your sound.
This is very shameful.
Jimmy, I made all of that last night. So I was hanging out. I was watching Twin Peaks with Maria. I got up and I don't know where this idea for this like 90s like hip hop thing came from, but I made that and I was immediately had all these visions for a video, but I didn't think I could do it. And then it was 4 a.m. And I made the song and I went back and watched Twin Peaks with Maria more. And then I took a shower and I was getting ready for bed and I just sat down at the computer for a minute. And I was like, you know what? I could probably do this whole thing right now. So at like 4 a.m, between like, I filmed all the stuff and then put it all together. This whole thing happened last night. This whole thing happened like literally this morning. It's kind of lit. So I can do stuff like that pretty quick. Thank you, Maria.
Wait, we don't have all of
them. Give me all of them.
You're dropping them.
These are all my suspenders. I planned on wearing suspenders. Oh my gosh. You know, you do stuff and you realize in real time because of the eyes of others how strange you are. I didn't think oh man. I didn't realize till just now. I didn't realize till just now how strange it is that I have this many. I went on a shopping spree at a thrift store and I said, I'm wearing suspenders from now on. I want to wear suspenders. I remember I started taking pictures with suspenders and I was like, this is my new look. I'm going to start dressing like this. And then I just never did it. But dude, like, I'll never have to pull up my shirt again if I wear my pants on top of my shirt and wear suspenders to keep my pants up since I don't have hips. I have hips, but they're overshadowed by my form. And these ones look a little Masonic. Hold on. I'll wear the red ones. I'm like, which one will scare the hoes the most? I think red. You know, once you get a wife, you can just dedicate yourself to scaring the hoes. You know, because your wife can't leave. They're actually legally not allowed. Wife can't leave. All right, let me try this. Yo, I'm becoming my true self, dude. Oh, and you could do this yourself. You don't even need help. Hell yeah, dude. Hold on, let me make it so you can see all of me. What the hell? Hold on. It's too late. You can't leave. Hold on. Let me see if I can turn on the camera and harass my wife. Hold on. Let me try and harass my wife. Why'd the droid cam stop working? It just stopped. Like one day it was just like, not anymore. It would be really fun to harass my wife with this outfit. Sorry, guys. Maybe next time. My apologies. I was thinking of changing the look, but I like this for some reason. Like, every time I try and change this, I'm like, but it's so good. It's so good. Tony! Yeah, I'm Tony! Tony! Yeah, what you talking about? Tony! That's right, Tony! Yeah, I'm wearing suspenders from now on. This is sick, dude. This is sick. Maybe I'll find a new type of hat to wear. Alright, obviously I should, like, probably do my show more. Alright, here we go. I think my outfit will trigger minorities, personally. I think if somebody saw me walking around like this, they'd be like, that's a racist. But I don't know. It doesn't really matter what you wear. Everybody calls you racist anyway. So, never mind. All right. Here's another song that I think is not that great, but I'm going to play it anyway, and you have to be nice to me. Ortho Thumbnails is going to have... Dude, I've been working on so many thumbnails and stuff. I haven't had anything to do, so I've just been making thumbnails and watching Twin Peaks, which is incredible. I can't wait to finish it tonight.
funny. It went through mine. Weepy. Is Rip here? Rip, if you're here, do you notice this? Rip sent me this audio. He was at a monastery. He's a tall minority, pummeling me around in my cheeks. What was that? What was that, big boss? Huh? What was that, dude? What was that, dude? What was that, dude? He left. Coward. You're a coward. There was people praying. You sacrilegious coward. Rip sent me audio. Why do you clip all of my worst moments, dude? What was I talking about? Rip went to a monastery and there was a bunch of people doing the Jesus prayer. A whole room full of people doing the Jesus prayer. And he sent me the audio of it. Okay, first off, that. Second off, I like the word creepy in it. I'm telling you, the song is not the song without that in it. And I know that in some instances it seems to betray the lyrics themselves. And I'm okay with that because it's how it's meant to be. Creepy, the word creepy is for some reason the linchpin of this entire song. There's a third thing I wanted to say. The third thing was being sick is so crazy because I basically just spent a week unable to do anything. And I don't know if it's just me, if this happens to you, but you forget that you ever were any different. I forget that I was ever any different. And I'm just like, oh, and I don't know the other feeling. I don't know the feeling of being productive and being able to create and being, being interesting and stuff like that. All of that just goes away. And all I am is just this nothing. I'm just a nothing. I think, the health issues I've had in my life are like, I'm kind of grateful for them because it gives me a lot of these periods where I'm just I have nothing and there's nothing in me. There's nothing that I can do. And I just kind of sit there with that nothingness. And I think that we aren't afforded that in society. Like, I think that it's a blessing in disguise that I get these periods where all of a sudden
there's nothing I can do. It makes me appreciate when I can do stuff. And it makes me like, I want to say refractory period, but I think that's has connotations. Hold on. What is a refractory period?
A refractory period is a time after some events, like after a physical response, when the body or a system needs time to recover before it can respond again. In biology, for instance, it's that recovery time after a muscle contraction or a nerve firing. In a different context, like in human sexuality, it's the period after orgasm when a person can't immediately become aroused again.
But it can also just be used metaphorically and not have the connotation of being sexual, right?
Absolutely, yeah. You can use it metaphorically for any kind of downtime or recovery phase, like a business after a big push or a person needing a break after a stressful period. So it's really just that pause before you can fully engage again.
Yeah, that's what I think of it as. I think of it as this sort of refractory period where all of a sudden I just kind of have nothing. And it's really strange. And it's like, it's every time it happens, I just kind of sit there. I'm like, it's over for me. I'm never coming back. And then all of a sudden in a flash, I burst out of it. I do a bunch of shorts. I do a live stream in the middle of the night last night. I make an entire song and music video. And then I come back and I'm just here again. And it's like, it's inexplicable to me. It's so strange to me. Like, genuinely, it's so strange to me that I'm doing this show right now. Because I've spent a week, actually thinking that I don't even know how I ever did a show. That's true. I spent a week just kind of, how did I ever do anything? Like, I don't get it. I've always been like that. All right, let's see what other bad songs I have. Well, those were the two songs I made while being sick, and they were actually kind of sick. I'm happy with those. Though they are very, like, blurry. Can I say it? They're blurry. All right, let me see what other notes I got. How honest can I be and still have you like me? How honest can I be and still have you like me? I kind of want to read this out loud, even though I have a note on here that said, don't say this out loud. Because it's so revealing. I'm not going to read that part. These people won't be satisfied until we're a third world country. They won't be satisfied until we have nothing. And I'm not just talking about the Tengu. Tengu! Oh, Tengu! I'm talking about the leftists who see all prosperity and freedom as marks against us. They see us doing well and they feel guilty. They implement tactics to assuage their guilt by at being okay while Muslims rape and kill each other, while Chinese enslave each other, while Africans eat each other. They see all of this with their minds full of propaganda and godless Judeo-Christian values. They say, we must suffer like they do or we're the bad guys. It's like they have a head full of nonsense. They don't understand the world at all beyond the propaganda and atheistic Judeo-Christian values, and all it comes out with is this vague sense of guilt that they're trying to get away from. And the way that they demonstrate against this guilt is by trying to tear down the things that give them a decent life. They're inverted internally. They are the enemies at the gates, but they're inside the gates. And it's a very strange thing, because all of it comes from a lack of understanding of the world around them, a lack of understanding of who, those who aren't Christian are, a lack of understanding of how all of this was built. And any injustice, any suffering in the world is somehow their fault. And so they performatively aggress it while also indulging in it constantly because they can't get away from it. Like Hassan Piker wearing a, $2,000 eat the rich shirt, that sort of idea. It's symptomatic of the entire leftist population, this sort of guilt without exit, guilt without repentance, guilt for all the wrong reasons. They've just been completely hijacked and they missed the point of all of it. I think that's the crazy thing, about leftists, is they have no idea what's going on. And in a way, it's sad, They genuinely have no idea what's going on. They're acting out because they think that's the way you're supposed to fight against the darkness. But all they're doing is creating more darkness. These are well-meaning leftists. Obviously, there's other types. But I think there's a lot of well-meaning leftists that are just caught up in a false dialectic. And because they refuse to avail themselves of the church and of Christ, they spend their days in this bleeding heart, masochistic self-destruction. And they destroy everything around them as well. And they think that is how they show that they're good people. I've said it a million times, but the only virtue in leftism is hatred of the correct thing. There are no actual virtues in leftism. Everything's on the table, abortion, premarital sex, orgies, drug use, cursing, thuggery, murder, theft, hatred. It's all on the table. The sole virtue is hating the correct people. That's their pressure release valve. Is they get told by some, usually Tengu. Oh, Tengu. Who to hate and why, and they buy it hook, line, and sinker, and that's their pressure release valve. That's the only virtue of the atheist, godless left, is hating the correct people. Yes, my life is in shambles. Yes, I do everything wrong. Yes, I spend my days masturbating and cheering on abortion and, feminism and whatever else. And some part of me sees this destroying everything. Some part of me sees the death all around me that I cause, but I hate the correct person. I hate the far right guy, and my hatred is my virtue. They couldn't be more inverted internally. They're as inverted as a person can be. I think they're to be pitied above all, but also deported into the ocean. See if science will save them. You know, I never liked any pop. I mean, I liked like 80s and 90s pop. I loved like Cyndi Lauper and Tears for Fears. Oh my gosh, Tears for Fears is immaculate, actually. A lot of that stuff stands the test of time. But the late 90s pop sensation, hyper manufactured pop sensations that came out, I remember being like, this is the most putrid, what's the word? Something soft, facile garbage I've ever heard in my life. I couldn't believe that people liked it. I met a girl and she was like, I love NSYNC. NSYNC is really good. And I was young and at the time, and I was like, maybe I'm missing it. Like, and I tried to listen to it and I was like, this is garbage. This is, and not just garbage, but so surface and juvenile and meaningless and manufactured and plastic. I genuinely was like flabbergasted that people listen to it. And it's weird, like when you're young and all of a sudden you start to notice that maybe you're taking in reality differently than other people. That was one of those moments when all of a sudden the manufactured consensus of the return of corporate pop, all of a sudden people just adopted it. Yeah, NSYNC is good. Yeah, Backstreet Boys, this is good music. And I just remember seeing there on the sideline say, how is it possible for you to even say this? I couldn't comprehend it. I'd never seen anything so sterile in my life. I wasn't a country person either. At that point, I think by the time Backstreet Boys came out, I was deeply into Radiohead and Bjork. And Plaid. I don't know. It's just a strange thing. You make the realest music. Thank you, Kyle. Plaid W. Bill Hicks W. What? Yo, I love when I meet somebody who likes Plaid, yo. Warp Record. Dude, do you know I almost got signed to Warp Records? Have I told that story on this show enough? When I was like 23. Yeah, 23 or 24. I was almost signed to Warp Records. You want to hear the type of music I was showing them? I'll show you. I think I have like a send to Warp thing for the demo I made. I sent them the demo. They started calling me back or emailing me, and then the CEO quit. And he was like, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. I'm moving back to the UK and I'm quitting Warp Records. And then the whole deal just got dropped. Let me see what I can show. Are the dogs okay? Let me see what this is. This is in 2007. I'm looking. Hold on, I'm looking. There's a bunch of stuff. I sent them a whole little album. I showed up with like a suitcase to their office in NoHo. And I guess I made an impression on them. They listened to the demo I gave them. And my wife and I were sharing a phone at the time, and she was back home. And I was in Philly, and she got the call from Warp Records, and I wasn't there to receive it. Maybe if I was there to receive it, the whole thing would have went through. I don't know. But she got the call. She was hanging out with my friend, actually, and he witnessed Warp Records calling me, and I don't think he really believed in me. So that's kind of cool. And then they gave me a return, an email to return contact or something. I did, and then the CEO, after a little while of back and forth, the CEO quit, and the whole thing just dropped. I never heard from them again. Hold on, I'm trying to look for like a good example of like what I made then. I can't find it. Dang. I guess it would take a while for me to find it all. Okay, fine. Sorry. In the meanwhile, I'll tell you a story. So I was doing my katas, my gun katas. It's where you kind of use your guns as a sort of like, it's basically martial arts with guns. They actually put me on for the movie Equilibrium. People think that a gun kata started with the movie Equilibrium, but I actually had been practicing it under the tutelage of a Norwegian for at least a decade before that movie came out, and so I think that's why they called me up to kind of show them. But while I was there, I met a little jungle boy who did a sort of like capoeira, where he used his feet to hold guns. And man, I gotta tell you, it was impressive, but one of the most dangerous things I'd ever encountered, because his aim was off. He'd be spinning in circles, shooting all over the place. At one point, he shoots the guy over there. I can't find this stuff. I can't find it. I don't know where any of this stuff is. Where is it? I don't know where any of this stuff is. I sent Warp. I don't know. I'm trying, but I can't find it. I can't find any of it. This is so long ago. I think this might have been one of them. Oh, they got numbers. Here's one. I know this was on there. Wow, this is crazy. The name of that song was Oh No. It's from like 2007. That's 20 years ago. Good night, Sweater.
Did everybody leave? Look, I'm playing you the stuff that I sent Warp when they almost signed me. You don't like it? Wait, you don't even like it? Yeah, I made every sound with my body. Actually, I had a whole bunch of equipment back then that I got from thrift stores. I used a lot of little kids' keyboards. I had an organ that I got for $5 from a thrift store. Like some sort of Hammond type thing. I had a bunch of stuff. Very cool stuff. Hold on. This is one that I made back then. I gotta show you one more instrumental from back then. I remember being proud of this at the time. I don't know if I would be now. Try mid. Maybe. Every time you say that, I stop the song. Average Redhead has a great new Tony, Average Redhead has a great new view. All right, let me check. Hell yeah, dude. Hold on. Dude, so good. So good. So good. So good, dude. I want to look at it again. Oh, you're free to scare the hose for the rest of your life, dude. It's sick. All right, let me see what else we got. I know I still love this one, though. I don't know if you guys will. This one never got old for me. There's a couple songs from back then that I never stopped liking. One of them is the Be Right Back music. When I took a break, I made that in like 2007. And this one I always loved. Greetings, Octavian. Maybe I should make the show look darker for this song, more subterranean. I think I will.
All right, that was fun. Let me see what else there is.
Hi, bro.
Hey. Who's this? Oh, what's up, man?
Not much. I sent you this great video of Angelo Badalamenti, who wrote the theme song to Twin Peaks in your private chat, and it's such a great video, and you are someone who knows the creative process, and I sent that because it's so great.
I already know what video it is. I showed Maria it earlier today. I don't know why I don't know why I know about that before I even watched Twin Peaks, but it just always struck me. The one where he's talking about the process of writing it with David Lynch.
Yeah, so good.
It's the craziest thing ever. I showed Maria. She actually teared up. I was like, I'm telling you, this dude's tapped in.
I thought that was like your process, and I said, oh my gosh.
Yeah, no, it's so crazy that you just said that, because literally like a couple hours ago, I was showing Maria that exact video and talking about how tapped in he is and how
it for years.
Yeah.
I mean, we know that like the theme song and the music is like one of the big stars of the show, you know, and but oh man, that's so epic, and I was like, I have to see if you saw it. I'm so glad that you saw it.
Well, I'm going to play it now. Thanks, man. Thanks for sharing it, bro.
You bet, bro.
All right. There we go. This is really cool.
This is the keyboard that all the major themes were created for Twin Peaks. It's an old Fender Rhodes and kind of beat up. And David would sit right over here, right to the right of.
It's crazy they sent this. Literally, we watched this today, and I was talking about like this is how I know that David Lynch was tapped in. Like, I don't know.
Me, and we would put a little cassette just about over here on this keyboard.
Yeah, that was Josiah.
Keep it in record and just keep it playing.
Josiah just happened to share this video that we literally watched today. It was so crazy.
Just about over here on this keyboard, just keep it in record and just keep it playing. David would sit here and I'd say, well, what do you see, David? Just talk to me. And David would say, okay, Angelo, we're in a dark woods now. And there's a soft wind blowing through some sycamore trees. And there's a moon out, and there's some animal.
Hold the phone.
Octavian 33 super chatted $49.99. iTone, the chat you had with the libertarian atheist whose Discord is packed with Orthobros was inspiring. BTW, I wrote some lyrics fent, You Take My Breath Away by GF. If you want to drop beats on it, I'll send it your way.
Thank
Smiley
you.
face emoji.
Thank you. No, thank you, and no, thank you. I will not. Thank you. Yeah, that was what's rhetorically defective. That was rhetorically defective. Artie, right? You talk about Artie? Yeah, he posted it on his channel. I haven't watched it since it happened, but it seemed like people liked it. Let me check if people liked it. What the heck? Why isn't it showing up? All right, here we go. An atheist talks to an Orthodox Christian.
Oh, everything is good.
Sorry, I'm ADD right now. Ortho's out, and I think it seemed to be pretty. People liked it. I got in an argument with one person. Somebody said I don't know what they said.
Advexens Nigzef super chatted $5. Just got here from rhetorically defective
I
stream.
freaking love this
got
guy.
Here a little late. He says to go to liturgy.
I love this guy.
Hello and thumbs up.
I love rhetorically defective, man. Artie out here, atheist libertarian. I didn't know he was a libertarian. Telling people to go to liturgy, man. Bro, you go to liturgy, bro. Dang, I didn't realize it was getting this much traction. That's pretty cool. Man, shout out RD, man. That's awesome.
Sounds in the background, and you can hear the hoot of
It's rhetorically defective. He was on my show a couple weeks ago. He rated me. He rated me today. He's like an atheist, but he's based, and he's like convinced of orthodoxy in some way, and he's telling all his followers to become Orthodox. He's like converting his followers to Orthodox. And so he came on my show and we had a whole conversation. It was a great conversation. And we kind of got to the crux of how strange that is. And I haven't watched it back. I mean, we could. I don't know if that would be entertaining for me to just watch my own conversation I had with someone.
Owl, and you're in the dark woods, just get me into that beautiful darkness with the soft wind. And I started playing.
Who this guy is? This is Angelo Badalamenti. Definitely Italian. Brilliant artist, brilliant musician, Italian. He wrote the theme song. He wrote the music for Twin Peaks. And it's so crazy that Josiah shared this. This is actually crazy. Because I literally stopped watching Twin Peaks today to show Maria this clip as an example of why I know David Lynch is tapped in. He's kind of, it's different. It's hard to explain, but it's like, it's not about sitting there dreaming things up. It's about kind of taking what's in front of you. Most of the artistic process is being able to get through the noise of your own mind and see the thing that's waiting for you. And he had that. And this is an example of that.
And David would say, Angelo, that's great. I love that. That's a good...
Advexens Nigzef super chatted $5. Look, he's got this great plan where we all come together and make a settlement somewhere in South America. We drink a lot of Kool-Aid for some reason.
You know what? I love that for him. But we've got a much better plan. We've got a much better plan. And it's called come on, find the image. Wait, hold on. That's another meme that Average Redhead made. Hold on. This is our plan. We have a much better plan. That's our plan. Right there, baby. Take a sweet look. Take a sweet look at that. Where to go? It's called Neo-Byzantium. And it's driving the future of our country. This is the future. Neo-Byzantium. And it's orthodoxy first. Everything else second. Orthodoxy first. And we will build communities. And we are building communities. And eventually we will be an entire country that is a singular community with a singular ethic, morality, not morale, a singular ethic, a singular morality, a singular worldview. And it just so happens that this worldview excludes Tengu. Oh, Tengu.
Mood, but can you play it slower? And I'd say, slower, David? Okay. And I'd go,
Mr. Westford, what up, man? We got chat royalty here, just noticed. Guys, subscribe to Mr. Westford if you haven't. He's going to have me back on. If you haven't seen my episode with him, it was one of the funnest times I've ever had. I don't think he knew that at the time, but I was having so much fun. I was having so much fun talking to him. As a matter of fact, let's share that. Share his channel and share that, because that's worth watching.
Advexens Nigzef super chatted $2. Tengmu.
Where is it? What the heck? Where even is it? This is a very funny episode. This is one of the funniest times I've ever had. I gotta put it in chat. Great, I'm gonna know how many people are watching. Oh gosh, 62. Oh. All right, here you go. There it is. That's a very funny episode. Go ahead and stop watching this and go watch that. Tangmu. Hey, thank you, Vexinexnexiv. Here's your sound. Do we still got producers? Yes, we do. Here's your sound, buddy. Up there with when I danced on your stream. That was different. When we had a huge dance party on my stream. I don't always have access to whatever that is. That part of me that's like, hey, let's everyone dance and spin. It's like I get into like some sort of manic pixie dream boy state. And I'm like, hey, let's all just unshackle ourselves with the idea of masculinity or anything like that. And let's just dance, fellas. Guys, fellas. Fellas, let's dance. Ooh, suspenders. You can do this. All right. Unshackle yourself. Nice, dude. Very sick play on words.
he says, that's it. That's a good tempo. Just keep it going slow like that.
Just wait for it. It's
just
good.
Keep that going for a while. And in David's mind, you can just see that he was visualizing the description that he envisioned. Then he would say, okay, Angelo, now we got to make a change, because from behind a tree in the back of the woods, there's this very lonely girl. Her name is Laura Palmer, and it's very sad, but get something that matches her. And I just segued into this. And he'd say, oh, that's it. That's very beautiful. I could see her. And she's walking towards the camera, and she's coming closer. Just keep building it. Just keep building it. And she's getting close. Now reach some kind of climax. And I would go, and he said, oh, that's it. Oh, that's so beautiful. Angelo, oh, that's tearing my heart out. I love that. Just keep that going. Now, she's starting to leave. So fall down. Keep falling. Keep falling. Keep falling. Now go back into the dark woods.
Man, I gotta get out of here and finish watching Twin Peaks.
That's it. Keep going. Just keep it going. Very quiet and mysterious. David got up, he gave me a big hug. He said, Angelo, that's Twin Peaks. I said, okay, David, I'll go home and I'll work on it. He said, Angelo, don't do a thing and don't change a signal note. I see Twin Peaks. And that's how it was done.
Where's Mark? Is Laya Tabor here? Guys, also subscribe to Laya Tabor if you're here. I don't see him, but yeah, I give out the Discord on members only streams. There will be a members only stream tomorrow, and I believe I will have finished all of Twin Peaks by then, because that's the only other thing I want to do besides this today. And I am itching to get back there. I don't want to say too much, except that I guess it's fine that I waited this long, but it's as if it was it's everything television was ever meant to be. It was an artist taking the format of television and doing everything right. But I don't want to say too much right now. Let me finish it. I haven't watched the 2 movies. I haven't finished the 2nd season. I'm almost done. I'm probably going to be up to for another 12 hours, honestly. So I'll watch it after the show. And then Wednesday, which is tomorrow, I'll do a members only stream where I have a bunch of stuff I want to review. And we got a bunch of clips from viewers. And I also might play a video game. There's some really interesting video game stuff that I want to show you guys. You know I don't normally do that, but I found something that I'm really interested in I want to show you. So yeah, subscribe and become a member if you want to see tomorrow's stream. It's going to be great. Tomorrow's stream's going to be great. I mean, God willing. You know, if God wills it, it'll happen and it'll be great. It's a different Mark. All right. Now, what am I doing? There's 3 seasons? How many seasons of Twin Peaks are there?
There are 3 seasons in total. The original run had 2 seasons, first airing in 1990 and 1991, and then there was a revival season, often called Twin Peaks The Return, which came out in 2017. So altogether, that's 3 seasons.
I'm not going to watch a whole season tonight. Don't talk to me. I'm not going to watch a whole season tonight, but I'm going to finish season 2. And I'm going to watch Fire Walk with Me, and I guess I'll start to watch season 3. But yeah, so far, Blood Logos, I'm right there with you. You ain't got to tell me. I'm so in love with this show, I can't even... And I didn't think I would be. But this show is everything. This show is the best show on... It's the best show I've ever seen. I wrote something about it. I read it earlier. Because there's this thing about Community that I really liked. There was this sort of philosophy in the show Community where Dan Harmon was in love with the medium itself, in love with the episodic medium of television. And he would kind of push against the parameters of the medium with his show. And I found it to be so good. And that's a great show. Honestly, I think Community is a great show. Especially if you watch all the seasons. I don't want to give away the ending, but the ending left me in tears when I first saw it. The way he kind of rolled with the punches and just kept making the show. And just, I don't know, there's something to that show that's not, it seems so simplistic at first. When you first watch it, you're like, this is just an episodic dumb TV show, and that's exactly the point. But then he just keeps playing with it and playing with it, and while not betraying it, not cynical about it, not cynical about the medium, you know, that's worth watching all the way through that show. And I don't think I've ever seen anything that has that kind of touches that same philosophy, except for Twin Peaks, which did it a much different direction and made it, I mean, it's pure art. It's pure art. It's transcendent from what I've seen. Community and Twin Peaks, yeah, man. Well, yeah, most of that stuff doesn't, but I don't know. This is really good, dude. And I hate everything. As a rule, I hate pretty much everything. All right, what were we talking about? Oh, I was showing you some old songs. We've moved on from that. We played that. We got the Atheist Talks to an Orthodox Christian. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. I went through most of my notes, I think. Let me see if I have any more. Oh, I got an idea, Jimmy. I'm going to send a skit to you. Here's 3 notes. Let me go back to the other screen. Appreciate your subscription. We weren't taught to be men, and we're supposed to inherit the roles that men once held. Now, obviously, Are We Not Men is a man, and freaking Richard Message is a man. And you guys are like, what? But they inherited certain roles. But in a lot of ways, it's a weird thing that we're kind of like, you know, it came with Clinton Wave. Clinton Wave is when all of the jobs get shipped overseas. You get told that you're a country of ideas, and then all of a sudden the internet makes everything free, except if you're unscrupulous and willing to cheat people out of their money for things that cost nothing to make. If you're willing to do that, then it's different. But you know, it's like that scene in Fight Club. We all got told we were gonna be rock stars or whatever. It's just Tyler Durden crap. Don't worry about it. It's just Tyler Durden crap. Anyway, so now there's all these roles that we're meant to inherit. Who will inherit the roles that men traditionally held in society? If men have been lulled into a false sense of stability? The answer is Gen Alpha. Trance is back, Enigma style music is back, 90s clothes are back, grunge is back, shoegaze is back, super baggy jeans are back, and I'm dead. You know, I held out for a long time. I never got into the skinny jean phase. I wore my first pair of skinny jeans in 2017. That's like 10 years after they were cool. I always wore my like EV shoes and my I always wore the baggy stuff. I just never kind of changed my style. And then, you know, I exited the picture, and now all of that is back. And if I would have just held out a little longer, maybe I would be like a hip unk. Shut up, dude. This is weird. Woke up to demonic attacks. I could hear them whispering and creaking outside of my hearing. I could see them making ghastly faces outside of my vision. They'll feed you ideas of yourself, tell you elaborate stories. There's no limit to their treachery and the cleverness of their plots. Entire stories in your mind, all the roles played by them. You're the only real factor. And they try to guide your thoughts and responses, send you to conclusions of prelest, pride, fear, etc. I saw it. Don't underestimate their cleverness or treachery. Say the Jesus prayer and they eventually scamper off. Regardless of how gifted they are in deceit and wickedness, they are powerless against Christ. Yeah, this happened to me like, I don't know, a couple days ago. I woke up and I could, and I know it sounds poetic, but I could see them outside of my vision and I could hear them outside of my hearing. And I'm just dealing with them. And I was watching how they kind of whisper these ideas to you about yourself and about the world, and people underestimate the treachery and deceptiveness of the demons. They don't realize how much of their own inner world is being fed to them from the outside in a way they can't understand. It's really interesting. I mean, it's interesting. It's treacherous. It's awful, but it's real. And what I realized, I woke up and I'm just laying there and watching this happen, you know, and I realized it's not, it's like, okay, have you ever taken like acid or been really high and or something like that, and you become convinced of this reality, and it's the most convincing thing in the world, you know, and you come back and you try and translate it to the people around you, and it's like, you know, I don't know, you can't really explain it. All you have is like the conclusion that nothing matters, or that you're God, or that God doesn't care if you're evil, or something like that, or power is the only thing that matters, or that you're a spiritual being, or you're the second coming of Christ, or some crap like that, you know. You can get fed all these things. And the crazy thing that happens on these drugs, and these drugs are an artificial way to interface with the demon world. You know, you're not interfacing with angels in there. They may present themselves as angels, as the Bible says they will, but the only thing you're interfacing with in there is demons. That's the only thing. That's not how the spiritual world operates. The spiritual world doesn't operate by you getting a little pass in the form of a, you know, vial of acid or a freaking, you know, DMT or something. Oh, now you get to talk to the angels. You freaking moron. You stupid idiot. Stop being 20. But what happens in those trips is so elaborate and so convincing that you can leave a trip convinced of an entire worldview. Absolutely convinced. Yeah. Like you had a sort of realization, like you've been given the keys to the truth. Often people will walk back or come back with a great deal of pre-lest, walking through the world thinking that they have access to secret information, which is often what they play on in secret societies, is this idea that because you have some specific information, that you're better than everybody else, that you're somehow above the sheep and you are meant to rule. And that often takes a turn in masonry and into Satanism, into child sacrifice. I've talked about it before. Who's keeps talking? I'm. What is this?
I'm sorry, bro. It was me. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, okay. No worries. Yeah, no. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is, there's this thing in the Masonic, halls where there's this point where whatever degree, you know, I don't know degrees, but I've heard stories of this thing where they put a Bible in front of you or a picture of Jesus and they ask you to spit on it or step on it. And if you refuse, they say, congratulations, you've now graduated to the highest level of Mason or something like that, right? And then they kind of keep you there. Look, you're the top Mason, and you go on as a Freemason, believing that Freemasonry is just a group of guys getting together and doing a good job, you know? Maybe, something like that. But what actually happens is if you do spit on it, if you do step on it, what you're showing them is that you are not beholden to the world's ideas of morality, or you're not held back by religious thought. You're not limited by that. And so then they say, congratulations. Now you're actually in the secret society. Now you're actually in the secret society, because what you've shown us is that you don't buy into all this. You don't buy into all these rules and morality. And that's the secret. The secret is that morality is a lie, and that the only thing that matters is power. And your willingness to transgress in the name of power is what makes you a higher being. And so they kind of feed you that. And it's a similar thing to what gets fed to you in LSD trips and stuff like that. Some, you know, people interpret it different ways, but they're out there convincing you of entire worlds, convincing you of entire world views, ways of thinking. And I think they probably work in tandem. And I think the thing that happens is people underestimate the cleverness of the demons. They think they can dance with the devil and that they'll be okay. But you can't. Their treachery and their deceptiveness is beyond anything you can comprehend. Because what they'll do is they'll literally lead you down trains of thought that feel like your own. And lead you like a fool to conclusions. And the whole time you'll be thinking that they're your conclusions, that you discovered this. Lord have mercy. And that's why we say the Jesus prayer. Because we have no comprehension of the treachery of people that hate God. You can't comprehend it. You can comprehend the angsty teenager that says he hates God. But you don't really understand the absolute work that they put into trying to disrupt a single soul. This is everything. And this is why the Jesus prayer is so important. This is why church life is so important. This is why taking the Eucharist is so important. Repentance, confession, all of these things matter so much more than people realize, because most people are walking in a world that they think is theirs. They're walking with a head full of thoughts that they think is theirs, because they have not yet the discernment to distinguish their own thoughts from the suggestions of demons. And they underestimate the treachery and deceptiveness of demons. That's real. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. I think that's pretty much it. That's 4 hours. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm gonna do a big yeah. I'm gonna do a big members only show tomorrow. If you're not a member, become a member. But let me thank everybody before I head out of here. Thank you, Mr. Westford. Thank you, Mr. Westford. Thank you, Kyler Animile. Average Redhead. These are people that use their members' messages. These aren't new members. Shocklore, that's new. Son of a Sanguinius. That seems new to me. Grills Bear 942. That's pretty new. What up, Fly Phoenix? Welcome. The Farney. Welcome, yo. Saint Smitty. Okay, yeah. Thank you for having you. Metal Stalfos. Appreciate it, brother. Chair Throwing Italian. Josiah Elleron. Thank you, brother. Matthew, If It All Fails. Ooh, the Cheap Chimp. Come on, people. A little faster. Brad Patterson. Acrimonious. Acrimonious. And I'm fine at words. Mr. Dead UK Lady. Mr. Dead Cell. UK Lady. Voodoo Chili. Cordis. Gayness. Feet Rhyme. Grammy Boy. Small Dog 12321. Alyssa Hope. Snaggle Beast. What up, King? And this isn't an exhaustive list of the members. This is just like, I don't know, new members combined with people that use their member chat. I also want to thank everybody who super chatted and reached out
Josiah, thank you. Chase Crosp, thank you. Vexinexinexive, thank you. Octavian, thank you. Deodor McCarthy. Oh, Theodore McCarthy. The odor McCarthy. That's lit. Gooberang, Matthew, if it all fails, Processional Ages, KLW, Metal Stalfos, Mr. Smitty, or Saint Smitty, KL, Shoreline Skirt, Kirk Sense, Sweater, Reverse Massage, Christopher Scott, dang old chair throwing Italian, Unhip Bone, The Cheap Chimp, Snaggle. Oh, no, that's a couple days ago. And also, thank you to all the new members. Thank you to people who gifted memberships. Average Redhead, KLW. I remember a big one earlier. I thought Extangly had gifted like 10 memberships. Maybe I missed it. Well, thank you, all of you. I appreciate you. Thank you for helping your disabled friend. If you're not Orthodox, become Orthodox. If you are Orthodox,
go to church!
Dang all. Let me see who I'm gonna raid real quick. I was a tall minority, pummeling me around in my cheeks. Okay. That's all right. I'm glad you're having fun. Who are we gonna raid? Gabriel Carbo? Who's Gabriel Carbo? Any suggestions who I should raid? The odor McCarthy. All right, guys. Easy? I'm so straight, I'm gay. I'm so straight, I'm a big old fag. Y'all spamming it. Y'all spamming the buttons.
Next time that you see me smoke crack rock. Next time that they see me, they won't. Next time that you see me,
I'm gonna keep the producers lounge. I am, and I love you guys and I appreciate it. I love being interrupted while I'm talking, trying to freaking think, trying to be lucid and get and make a point. I appreciate it. I like it. It's nice. What I am going to do is I'll occasionally just leave if I feel like I'm being interrupted too much, and I'll come back when it's more like loosey-goosey. So you guys, okay, so just press your heart out at the things. Feel free. Don't feel like, okay. Don't feel like you have to restrain yourself. I really appreciate. Okay. All right, get your giggles out. I know it's been a long time. You haven't had access to this in a while, and I'm glad everybody's enjoying themselves, and I appreciate everybody who presses these buttons. Press your heart out at the face. Did I say that, Michael? Did I say press your heart out at the face? I was a tall minority, pummeling me around in my cheeks. Yo, I could have ended the show. I could have ended the show when I said that. That was too much, man. All right, y'all. See you tomorrow. Gee whiz. You're the one that wants to play whack-a-mole with your booty hole.